Okay, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at 10 o'clock. Welcome everyone to the State Building Code Council meeting. We'll start with the roll call, please.
Okay, Tony Doan.
Here.
Jill Anderson. Jay Arnold.
Here.
Todd Bayreuther.
Here.
Micah Chappelle.
Here.
Damon Doyle.
Here.
Al French.
Here.
Bob Hamlin.
Here.
Roger Heringa.
Here.
Matthew Hebner. Craig Holt.
Here.
Pete Reekey.
Here.
Katie Cheehan. Here. Carolyn Trout.
Here.
Corey Wilker.
Here.
And our ex officio members, Representative Larry Hoff,
Here.
Senator John Lovick,
Here.
Representative Alex Ramel, Senator Linda Wilson,
Here.
and Lauren Lathrop,
Here.
and our Assistant Attorney General Derek Meyer-Bachdahl.
And I just promoted Alex Ramel.
Okay.
Hopefully.
And chill. I see chill.
Representative Alex Ramel,
I'm here.
thank you. And Shell Anderson,
Present.
thank you. I think Matthew was on vacation. We're good.
Okay, thank you. I just want to apologize in advance. I'm over in Lake Chelan at a fire prevention conference, and they didn't have late checkout, and so I'm in an upstairs lobby. So if I have difficulties, I apologize. This is the best I could do with what I'm working with. So let's go to agenda item number 2, which is review and approve the agenda. So is there any, unless someone wants to make a change to it, we're looking for a motion to approve.
Jay Arnold.
Okay, Jay, were you the one who made the initial or second?
I made the initial, but I didn't hear if somebody talked over.
Okay,
That was me. I will second the motion and also kind of just ask a general question for the chair. Is we have a lot of stuff on the plate today, and I'm wondering if there's any organizational strategies or time management strategies we have to make sure we cover what we need to today.
yes, that's a good question, Chell. Thank you. There are some concerns with public comment and as far as the volume and as far as council goes, as far as public comment goes anyway, there's a couple of items that we can put a timer for each person, depending on how many we think we're going to have. And maybe we can do a raise a hand, Stoyan. Do you think that'll work? Once we get to an agenda item, get an idea of how many are planning on commenting?
We can do that. And the agenda, if we run out of time, there are items that, we can go back to these items. So the agenda is the important parts that we need to get done today. The important parts are upfront. So depending of how long the first 2 agenda items will go, then we can think and put a timer for the rest of the agenda items.
Okay, Micah, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of have concerns with what we're telling the public is, hey, sit on the line for 3.5 hours. We might get to the items after the work session, or we might not. That doesn't seem like we're serving the public very well.
Okay, as chair, I assure you we will get through the agenda items today, and I will make sure that there are things in place to make sure that we get through everything in a timely and efficient manner.
The other thing is that, I'm sorry, Tony, I cut you off. The agenda item 5, we don't need a vote today. This is the work session. The council members will debate. If the council wish to direct staff to do something, so there could be votes, but it's not necessary.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against?
Nay.
Okay, was that Micah? Micah, okay, so one against. All right, motion carries. Okay, move on to review and approve the minutes from the September 23rd, 2022.
We have the minutes on the agenda, but we weren't able to complete the minutes. So we have a draft that we can post and send to the council members on Tuesday. We wanted to finish our documents for the work session, and we couldn't complete the minutes. So I apologize. You will have the draft minutes on Tuesday, and you'll have more time to evaluate the minutes, and we'll have them available for the next council meeting.
Okay, very well. Okay, is there any public comment on items not on the agenda?
I want to spend 15 minutes and thank the SBC, the council staff for the work they've done in a really short time. So they worked constantly overtime. So thank you folks for helping with all this.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on items not on the agenda? I'm not seeing any hands unless staff, you're seeing something on your end.
No, we don't.
Okay. With that, we'll be going to agenda item number 5, which is the work session, deliberation on public testimony. Council to review, receive testimony for group 2 codes. Stoyan, do you want to start with the IBC structural? And do you have transcripts or documents you're pulling up for those?
We have the transcripts available for the council members and the public. We have the recording links again available for the council members and the public. And today we will show the summary. If you want a particular comment, we will be able to show you the comment.
Okay, very well. With that, we'll start with the IBC structural.
It's coming.
Okay. Todd, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So this is Todd Byerther. I'm also the chair of the IBC tag on the BFP. And then in this first comment about tsunami, I also was the chair when we had an ad hoc committee for the tsunami that was developed a year or two ago, put in emergency rule, and then appropriately now this folds under into Chapter 16 in the IBC. So that's why you see the tsunami provisions in here. Item number 1 with Mr. Cale Ash. Cale's been part of this process, a critical part of the process from the beginning. His note was my assumption already. So I think we just need to confirm with staff and as council that that was the intent, that anything we put in to emergency rule will now, the new provisions will supersede those and strike out the emergency. So unless someone sees it differently, I think we've addressed that item. Thank you.
The initial proposal was submitted without any strikeout and underline showing the changes from the emergency rules of staff. We did our best to provide the proposal as compared to the emergency rule. I would ask the proponent though for this proposal for modification, we need to show the changes from the CR 102, the initial submittal. And what we have here, it was difficult for staff to figure out what the proposed changes were. So my request for the proponent, if they can send us with double strikeout and double underline the changes from the CR 102. It will be easier for the council members to make the decision in November. and it will be easier for staff to make the changes for the CR 103.
Okay, so there is action that needs to be taken here by the proponent, you're saying?
Yes, please, let us share the document.
Okay, and just for everyone's sake, I think the intent is understood. I hope the council understands that is the intent. So if there's a technicality here, then we need to address it, but I don't think there's any confusion on what the intent of that proposal is.
This is how the proposal looks like. You see it on the screen. So again, it's underlined as a new proposal, but not everything is new. And on the staff side, we couldn't evaluate in detail what was the change from the initial proposal. So this is important.
Okay.
Micah, go ahead.
I'm not really sure what Stoyan's asking for, but on the top there, it says delete the WAC in its entirety and replace with the following. So in other words, they need to strike through and double underline this in its entirety. And my question on that is, were those instructions provided somewhere online when folks submitted these public comments? It seems like we're going backwards and asking for them to produce an additional set of documents when those instructions were not provided originally. I don't know. We have a hard enough time getting volunteers to do this stuff. Now we're asking them to double up work. I don't know. It just seems odd.
Well, the instructions have been the same for many years. They are not new instructions. If somebody is proposing a modification to the initial proposal, we need to know what the changes are. So if the council members are okay with this, okay, let's strike out the whatever was proposed and show a new proposal, we will do it in the way as requested, but if there is something significant, we wouldn't be able to identify that. So if your direction is to use it, strike the CR 102 proposal and copy this proposal as it is, we can do it.
Thanks for the information. I guess when you said the instructions have been the same, so many of these proposals and public comments come in with my name on them. And I've never seen those instructions, Stoyan. So that's why I was requesting where those are located so we know what to provide staff.
Well, I don't know what kind of spatial instructions you're looking for. If, when you're proposing something, you need to show the changes. So how you will show the changes, we have no preference, but you need to show the changes.
Okay, I'm not trying to argue, but I'm going to argue. You just said you have a preference. Strike through and double underline. That's a preference. And there's no instructions on that. So I'm just asking if that's what you want in the future, please put together some instructions that say so.
I don't want to argue on that. Okay.
Okay, Damon.
I looked through the list of participants and see that the proponent is not on attending this meeting. So if we're going to ask for a revised proposal, will staff please reach out via email?
Yes, this is what we are planning to, yes.
Okay. And Stoyan, if you'd scroll up a little bit, it seems like the beginning of number 4 clearly state how, there you go, that first sentence in number 4. I mean, I get how they put this forward. They said strike the entire thing, but it would be interesting to see what's new and what's old to make this evaluation.
That's why this was the intent for my comment.
Anything further, Damon? Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. Todd, go ahead. Sorry, you're muted, Todd.
Thank you. So I think I'll conclude by saying, let's make sure that we've covered the content from a deliberation standpoint as a council. And then let's make sure it's very clear to the proponent and the team. This is a very seasoned team, including, John Sue. So the instructions can be very clear and this will get executed. So let's just make sure that the technicality part doesn't hold up the content part that we should be deliberating today.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Just for a point of clarification from staff, on the agenda, I am showing no public comment during agenda item number 5, which is what we're doing now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
If the council members have questions related to specific comments, you can ask the person who's submitted the testimony. But the public comment period closed on October 14th, so we're not accepting new public comments.
Understood. Roger, go ahead.
Sorry, yes. So I, just to make sure I understand, down on number 5, if you go down to a few pages, briefly explain the proposed amendment. So my understanding is that all they're asking us is in April of 2022, there was the original proposal. Since then, the DNR has finalized the development of the design, tsunami design zone maps, and they are asking us to insert that. Is that without any technical or without any nuts and bolts of how it happens? Is that what we're trying to technically approve in this? Todd, I think that.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. You're correct. That's the main revision, is that when the emergency process rule went through, there was a certain level of DNR maps that replaced ASC 7 maps, right? And so those were locked. And then since then, they've had more time to develop, robust maps. And so there's a new version of those that are locked. And that's the main intent here in this cycle.
Which sounds like a really smart idea to me. So.
Okay. Anything further on this topic, on this public testimony? Okay, I'm seeing none. So does that conclude the IBC structural? Any comments from council members on IBC structural? Okay, very well. Let's move to the IEBC. And at this time, we'll take comment or deliberation from council. Micah, go ahead.
So I'm looking at GP 25055 and GP 2056. I think those public comments are good clarifications and should be adopted by the council. And then a question for staff or the director on the modified proposals that you want double, underline, and strike through. What is the timeline for those to be turned in for these folks?
For these two, we were able to modify the initial proposal. So see how it looks like. I don't know why we're arguing if we want to do the same thing. So how the proposal appears in the CR 102 for this particular one is underlined, and we want to show the council members what are the changes from the CR 102, because the council members need to evaluate whether or not this is a significant proposal, significant change, and or editorial or whatever clarification. So you folks need to know that when you are approving or disapproving a particular proposal for modification. So we were able to show the changes here with the double underline, double strikeout, and a tear highlight. So 55 and 56, Mike, they are okay.
Great, thanks, Dorian. In the timeline on the other ones, so for the tsunami one?
Well, the meeting, except the energy code will be on November 4th and all other codes will be on November 18th. So as soon as possible, but we have some time for that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anything further on the IEBC? Okay, with that, we'll move to the IRC. And we'll open it up to members of council for comments, deliberation.
for the international residential code, we received many comments that are for several proposals. So what you see here, some of these, part of these comments are not related to the international residential code, but for the first one, 091, this is international residential code, 062 is not. So don't get confused with the different codes used here. It's because the comment or the testimony was submitted with several comments and different proposals.
But 063 is the same as 062 and does modify the IRC.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is probably the time where I would bring up the public comment that the entire Republican Senate put forth in a letter to you and to the council, as well as to submitted this way. So this is, yes, there we go. So I don't know how many of you have read this, but we feel that this particular, the electric vehicle charging, the legislature has not given authority to do what you're doing here. So it doesn't apply to dwellings regulated under the IRC. So we feel that the council's proposed rule is not authorized in state law and it should be rejected. And if you have to look at the difference between the IBC occupancy clarifications and IRC dwellings, because it demonstrates, and that's part of the letter here, that the legislature did not authorize the council to adopt electric vehicle charging requirements for IRC dwellings in RCW 19-27540. The statute only refers to IBC occupancy classifications, doesn't cover IRC dwellings. So we believe that if this was reviewed by a court, they would probably not, they would hold this rule invalid, because they wouldn't be able to go find any statute that indicates that you have the authority to do this. That's basically our request, is to not adopt this.
Thank you, Senator Wilson. Are there any comments related to the letter in front of us? Micah, is yours? No? Okay. Is there any comments from council members on this? Representative Ramel.
Thanks, and I apologize. I'm walking uphill and a little out of breath, but wanted to respond to that. I think a better interpretation, a more accurate interpretation, would be that the council has the authority, but does not have a mandate requiring it to adopt, excuse me, to adopt these provisions. If you go back and watch the Senate discussion on the floor, it's pretty clear that senators were all thinking that this was going to be required in that conversation. Understand that the language does not actually require the code council to adopt these provisions for EV charging, but there was an indication that the majority of the legislature does want that, and the council clearly has authority. So it's an option, and it's a good idea.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, Senator Wilson.
Thank you. This letter was signed by nearly half of the Senate. So I understand that you say that the majority did have you, as by listening to the intent on the discussion on the floor, but there are 21 senators here that have sent the letter in and signed this that says that you did not have the authority. And you're supposed to be acting on the direction of the legislature. And this agency is not supposed to go off on its own and do what it wants to do just because they want to do it. There needs to be some legislative, if the legislature intended, regardless of what they were saying on the floor, it was not adopted. So you cannot say that the legislature intended. You can say the Democrats intended, but you can't say the legislature intended, because that is not the case. There have been arguments for and against this all the way through. but it was not adopted. There was no bill that said that this was to happen. In fact, the statute is quite clear.
May I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Representative Vermel.
Thanks. So I guess I'd have to go back and double check the record and see whether any of the senators that voted against that amendment are signatories to that letter. That would be surprising information to me. But to the larger point, I think the important question is the Code Council authorized to do this? If in the Code Council's judgment, it is appropriate. And I believe the answer to that is clearly yes. There was prior legislation authorizing the Code Council to adopt these kinds of standards. The amendment that we're discussing here was, we can go back and forth about what the intent of the legislature was. Having talked to the prime sponsor of that amendment, or to the sponsor of that amendment, I can tell you the intention of the sponsor was to require it. I will agree with Senator Wilson that it is not required by that amendment because of the way the amendment was worded and refers to the residential code inaccurately. But I think the Code Council does have the authority to do it if its judgment is that this makes sense to require in the code. And so I encourage the council to move forward with the authority that it has, knowing that if you look back over the record, the majority of people voting in the legislature do support this general idea.
It's not the law. General
Correct.
support is not a law.
Sorry, Senator Wilson. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm sorry. I should have asked for permission to speak.
You're good. Okay. Craig, go ahead.
So I've been mulling this over in my mind since we met last, and hearing the conversation today, I think regardless of whether it's a 50 to 51 or whatever the split is, we need to respect the minority and at least acknowledge that there are counter desires to just running this through. I think so. A lot of the testimony we received on this item talked about cost impact, and I am not in favor of adding cost automatically through code. I think that should, the kind of thing we're talking about here should be done by the legislature. If they want it, they should specify this thing and say, you'll require all new homes will have this car charging station. I think this is a luxury and an opportunity that builders can offer as an addition to the base construction. But I think we are, if not authorized, I think it's out of line for us to demand something that's not necessary for the safety or structure of the building, because politically it's in favor right now. I think we need to respect the minority and at least listen to their arguments. That's all.
Thank you, Craig. Jay Arnold.
Two things. First, on the feedback from the letter from the senator saying we're exceeding our authority, unless our own council is giving us feedback that we're doing so, I think we need to move forward and make the decision based on the policy arguments. And I will trust that Derek would alert us if he would advise we're overstepping our authority. To the policy discussion, which I think is a valid one to have, and I appreciate Craig's points on this. Throughout much of what we're going to be talking about today, we're going to be talking about the costs over the long term. And as somebody who is an electric vehicle owner, I can tell you that the cost of retrofitting for electric vehicle charging is much greater than what would happen if you had the capability originally. And I think that's part of what we are looking at with this particular proposal, is saying keeping the cost lower by doing it up front versus homeowners having to do this in the future as we shift to all electric vehicles, which is clearly the trend within the life of houses being built under this code. Thank you.
Damon Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to echo Craig's thoughts. Once again, if you look through this list of proposals just on the testimony summary, we've got 27 testimonies there. And of the 27, 26 are either opposed or modify. It's a difficult time to be a builder. Costs are, I can't even control them. I get bids in May, and when I'm ready to get the product in August, my costs have doubled. So anything to add cost of housing is, I have to be opposed to. And so I would be opposed to adding this provision to the code.
Okay, thank you. Corey, go ahead.
I'm in agreement with Councilman Doyle and Councilman Holt in regards that this is a luxury. Also, I would call into question the cost factor versus retrofit. Most electrical panels in homes are near the garage or in the garage. And so the cost to add it, if it is a luxury item, if you have it, and there's still way too many vehicles that aren't electric. And as we move forward, there could also be new propulsion systems, hydrogen for one. So adding this to the cost now, I spoke against it earlier for the same reasons. I think it is something to consider when we talk about the cost of homes.
Thank you, Corey. Representative Hoff.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of responses tacking on to a few previous ones. Mr. Holt mentioned that if indeed the legislature wants to raise prices or implement a specific change, they are, it's kind of their option to do that. I agree completely. I think our council needs to be careful in that we believe we think what they regarding the legislature desires. I think legislative intent has to be a whole lot clearer than, well, we think it's that way, so let's do this. Now, the other point, Jay made a great point on authority or lack thereof. I'd like to have our council review that letter from the senators regarding our authority and where that line in the sand is drawn. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hoff. Craig, go ahead. Craig Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Anderson, I think you made a really good point about retroactive costs. However, the simple solution to that is provide a raceway, put a conduit in the wall and be done. And that way there is no retrofit, because the cost of a retrofit is to tear open the wall and run wire, right? But if you put a raceway in the wall, then all you put your instruments and your connections at both ends and run a wire through the conduit to the place, a much simpler and less expensive effect. And I think there is a logical solution to this, and I don't think it is requiring adding a charging station in all new buildings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Al French.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple observations. One of the requirements in the State Growth Management Act is that we provide for affordable housing. And when you look at the 2000, 2010, 2020 census data, you'll see that affordable housing is not attainable anymore. And in fact, I think some of the policies that we have at the state are actually discriminatory. And I've spoken about that previously, but, you know, based on previous actions from the Code Council, I have a significant part of my housing inventory that's been shifted to Idaho. And that not only depletes my tax base, but it also puts more cars on the road, and I get a lot more emissions out of cars, especially with low income families that are not electric on my roads than I do out of the home construction and stuff. So just concerned about the unintended consequence of this proposal, and are we really achieving what we're desiring here? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to you, Micah, quickly, Krista, will you please promote Representative Ramel to a panelist so he can be in the queue? Oh, there it is. You already, no, not yet. Okay. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. I do want to speak to this one and then come back to others, of course. I was against this one as well, just based on the fact that we're putting electrical requirements in a section of the residential code that nobody's going to find. As most of you are aware, labor and industries and labor and industry inspectors review the electrical code and electrical installations. They do not go to the residential code for those. And so indicating what shall be installed in the residential code for electrical is not the appropriate location. There's only about 30 or 32 jurisdictions in the state that do their own electrical program that might capture this language. Again, I've mentioned this before, this is not the appropriate location to have electrical requirements. Thanks.
Thank you, Micah. Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that legislative intent is difficult. I think everybody who votes for something probably has a slightly different reason for voting for or against it. The legislature did set a goal, but not a mandate, for combustion vehicles or for EVs by the year 2030. That means new vehicles, and that means people like me and many others will probably have EVs 5 years later when the costs come down a bit for those. So having something in code that requires, that readies us for that, that will apply to buildings built in 2024, 2025, and 2026, seems like it's not too far ahead of where the ownership of vehicles will be. I do like the idea of a raceway. I think costs will come down in the future as more people get EVs and retrofit the techniques and the technologies to retrofit them into existing electrical panels, maybe shift them, share them with dryers or other kind of high voltage equipment in houses. Will probably make it a bit easier to retrofit these in the future, and that cost will come down. But I also want to make sure that we're ready so that we're not burdening people as more EVs come down. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Chell. Micah, do you have anything further on this?
No, sorry if I'm jumping in
That's
front
okay.
of others.
No, you're good.
Other topics. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ramel, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll be quick since I've already spoken twice. Just want to reemphasize that the authority question, I think, is a red herring. Would ask our counsel to jump in if I'm wrong on that. And from my perspective, the raceway or wiring in a plug fully answers the question. It would be a big missed opportunity and significant future expense to not put in the capacity to add EV charging in garages going forward. We don't want to miss that opportunity and end up paying much more for it in the future. EVs are the direction the auto companies are headed. General Motors has already announced that they don't plan to build internal combustion engines by 2035. People in Washington are going to need EV charging in their garage, and we should be putting in the infrastructure to be ready for that. Check.
Thank you. Jay Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really like the idea of the raceway as a potential compromise, as dealing with the having a future path forward, and also potentially dealing with Micah's concern of having does that solve Mike's concern of having electrical code in the IRC? So I'm wondering about what's our path forward if we were to come to a consensus that we wanted to go with the raceway as a future-proof solution. Thank you.
Okay, Micah, are you in the queue for this? I'm sorry, Micah.
I'm just gonna lower my hand until we move on to another one.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I'm not sure if other folks keep jumping on. And
That's
to
okay.
answer Jay's question, if that was directed at me on what we would do, I don't have that answer. I think that's something we would need to work out with L&I and the electrical board on getting some language in the electrical code that says, you know, something there possibly. I don't even know if that will work, but maybe it's where we have the requirement to install something in the code. However, what is installed or how it is installed will be left up to the electrical code, and maybe that just needs some coordination. Thanks.
Thank you. Todd, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think setting politics aside, just going at this from a supply chain standpoint, we need consistency across IBC and IRC. From a design and engineering standpoint, let's talk briefly about, you know, if you're designing under the IBC, designers and engineers are going to spec in this capacity. So you are just clearing the low bar is not, you know, sufficient appropriate design. And so when you look at the IRC and equivalency across there, IRC is prescriptive, and we need some consistency across those codes when we're not using architecture and engineering professionals on these structures. So I'd advocate for this consistency. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Senator Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to be, we're talking about what has to happen today. Well, not to vote, but what happens today in this discussion. There is no hurry to add this to homes, because it does say the statute references residential R3. It refers to an IBC occupancy classification, not an IRC dwelling. But we can do this at any time. Right now, there are just a little over 2% of people in Washington own electric vehicles. Making this decision today to insist on electric chargers in every household as they're being built is jumping the gun. So if we have time to do this later on, deal with what was actually prescribed in the law with the commercial buildings, but not with the residential. That it does say in here that there was a recent Supreme Court opinion in a West Virginia versus EPA, a cautionary tale for agencies that try to stretch their actions beyond the limits of the law. In that case, the court emphasized that significant regulations must be supported by clear statements of legislatively delegated authority. Courts will not presume that agencies have been empowered by statutes that leave doubts about agency authority. So council should be aware that the reviewing the court will not rely on the council's interpretation of its own authority if there's a dispute about the meaning of this RCW. So I think that we need to be aware of that as well, because I'm sure there's going to be people pushing back on this come down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wilson. Carolyn Traub.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would be supportive of getting ready for something we know that's going to happen to avoid high future costs. You know, given the proposal is a requirement for a dedicated circuit and not for a charger, I'd be curious, Micah, to work with you on understanding how to address the location in the code issue, how we could work on that. Thanks.
Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been looking it up since Senator Wilson said that it was 2% of vehicle ownership in Washington. It appears to be somewhere between 5% in 2020 and 6.5% in 2021. So I just wanted to provide those.
Okay, anything further on this topic? Okay, with that, we'll move on to other international residential code topics. Okay, looks like we have 3 in the lineup. Craig, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I may be out of line in sequence here. Mine was really not about the residential code. It was about, I just noticed Cale Ash has joined the meeting and wondered if at some point we could flip back to the IBC and convey to him what is required of him. Sorry if I'm out of line.
No, you're okay. As soon as we're finished up with the IRC deliberation, we'll go back to that. Thank you, Craig. Appreciate it. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. I just had some procedural questions and then some topics. There's 6 pages of testimony here, and if we could scroll down, I think to the next page, actually, yeah, page 2, we get into some modifications here, and I'd like to discuss some of those. In Andrea Smith's letter, if you could bring that up, it appears on the, is it the 3rd page, 2nd page, that they are putting in some preference for options, and maybe Chael could help with some of discussion on this option 1 or option 2 that we previously discussed as the Energy Code chair, and discuss these options and which ones we need to decide on as a council. I hate to put you on the spot, Chael. But
I'm happy to, but we're not to the energy code yet, is my understanding.
Yes, we're not on the energy code yet, and you have the energy code here again because the comments, they have several proposals. So
okay, so going back to the other document then, so there's no modification from Andrea Smith on the IRC in this letter. If you go back to the previous document.
62, 63 is in there. Down a little bit more.
And am I missing where they're providing a modification? That's what I'm not understanding. That's kind of my procedural question. Like on the testimony summary document, it's saying in the 4th column over that there's either opposition, support, or modifications. And I just want to know what the modifications are for each of these so we can discuss them.
Micah, so the very last thing in this letter does have to do with the EV charging question.
It also has a proposed modification to the backup, please, Dustin.
Right here to them. Okay.
The 160 CFM across all range hoods, regardless of fuel type.
Okay. Thank you, Krista, for pointing that out. That's helpful. Okay. Does that, and Chael, maybe, I don't know if you put this or have knowledge of this proposal, does that significantly modify the proposal where it's not functioning correctly? Or Carolyn?
Yeah.
Carolyn,
Thanks, Micah. Thank you. Yeah, if possible, I was thinking we could talk about the range hood when we got to the IMC. It's the same proposal in the IRC and the IMC mechanical sections of the IRC. But if you want to talk about it now.
We can wait. That's fine. I just,
Okay.
you know, for me, if we're having a work session here and we're looking through the, you know, the public comments that have recommended modifications, I think we should definitely discuss those. I mean, we can discuss all of them, but I think those that provide code language changes, we should definitely have a look at. So thank you. We can wait on this one until we get there.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay, Damon, go ahead.
Thank you. Being kind of new to the council, looking over this document just on the IRC, both written and oral, we've got 26 written testimonies, 27 oral, and of all of those, only 1 support. What is our procedure here? I feel remiss in not going through and spending the hours to read all of these proposals. We're not taking any votes today, but how much weight do we give this public testimony? Can anybody answer that?
I think that's going to be different depending on the council member and topic. And I don't think that there's a great solid line that we can draw and say, you know, we need to put this much weight into this testimony or that. And so really this should be looked at by each individual council member, and they need to make a decision on how important it is to them and you know, what's sticking and what's not. And that's my answer. I don't know if that's correct or not. That's where I would go with that.
Okay, and it's also concerning that, you know, at some point before the end of November, we're going to vote on these things as a whole, but won't see our cost benefit analysis until, you know, in January. So I feel like we don't have enough information and that I, really need to go through all of these testimonies to see if there's merit, but thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Can I clarify something?
Go ahead, Stein.
So we have the preliminary cost benefit analysis for the proposals. And I'm expecting we'll have, we have some comments related to the cost benefit analysis, although they're comments, but they don't have that many details. And then we will have before the meeting in November, the 2 meetings in November, specifically to the energy code, we will have a third party that will have a draft report available, at least for the most important proposals. So it's not January. What we will have in January is something else, but the cost benefit analysis will be available before the meeting in November, the meetings in November.
Okay. Thank you, Stein. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. Can we go back up to page 4 of this document? And I do want to discuss the modification from Anjali Grant. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct. This is about the R4 occupancy that we strike from the code. And we are going to be discussing this later in the meeting today. As Tony indicated, we will get to it. So I think this public comment is relevant to that discussion. However, I still think we should strike the R4. And then if we can go back again, I'm gonna go through and discuss the ones I want to modify. So I don't see any other hands up. Sorry, folks. We'll go back down to page 5 now. There are 3 modifications on that page, and I do support all those. Of course, most of you know I'm involved in a lot of those as well. But the language is correct. So the first one deals with chapter 44. And it is a big change, but the modification is to pretty much remove 2 proposals and replace it with an entire one that is complete and has all the relevant aspects included in it. So it is a pretty major one. I know Storian had asked us to modify this one as well with the strike through and underline a little differently, and we will work on that. It's just going to take a little time because it is a big proposal. But this is kind of creating a new chapter for existing structures in the residential code. And it brings in a lot of aspects that we feel folks need, and we've got a lot of positive feedback. So the second public comment on page 5 to modify 043, again, some slight modifications here for the separation of these common or shared accessory rooms. Takes into account some safety measures for common spaces and provides a public comment on that. I do think the council should support that as well. It provides some clarity, at least the public comment does. We've already supported the proposal as a whole, and this cleans that up and based on some feedback. Then and I'm not sure, it seems like the third one kind of is a repeat of the first one. So nope, I take that back. It's not. That might be. Anyway, again, I support the modifications. Hopefully you all have a chance to look through those. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks. I think that's all I had on IRC.
Again, another clarification. Sorry, I did fail on copying the proposal and adding the underline. So on your version, what is on the website, you see this phrase with double strikeout, and it's incorrect. It should be double underline. So here's the correct version. And
thank you for that correction.
We will update the website after the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on the IRC?
I did have one note that I think council direction was to make that chapter 45 instead of chapter 44. But thanks.
Okay, thank you, Micah.
It's 45 in the CR 102, but I can coordinate with Micah and whoever submitted the modification, so we can make it work.
Okay. Anything further on the IRC? Okay, with that, we'll be moving to the Uniform Plumbing Code. So it looks like that document is now pulled up and being shared on the screen. So for those that wish to comment or deliberate on that, you can go ahead and raise your hands. Micah, go ahead.
I said I can let Corey go first.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
Corey, go ahead.
I had a few questions, all of the written testimony there, but we don't have the oral testimony either. I'm not sure if that's because that is being brought to us later. Was that part of what Stoyan wasn't able to finish?
It's here at the bottom.
I think we have the oral testimony at the bottom of the.
Oh, there you go. I see it now. Thank you. I just had a question. I objected to Micah speaking on behalf of Wabo because he sits on the council representing Wabo and was told the AG had given permission for that or had an opinion on that. And I was wondering if we could get that opinion in writing because it seemed like breach of etiquette. On the proposal itself, the proposal doesn't comply with the WAC and RCW procedures. Number 5 is for the proposal itself. Number 5 is to explain the intent. Hang on, let me find my page. But the AVs aren't listed in the UPC because they don't comply with the minimum requirements. And number 6, the AVs are not in the code, so you can't clarify the intent of something that isn't in the code. Number 9 was marked, there's no economic impact, and there was no impact analysis done for the proposal. And finally, the CR 102 was filed incorrectly. The council's direction was to put it into appendix and it got entered into the body of the code. So I think there's a lot of issues with this proposal.
Okay, anything further, Corey?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks, Corey. For the info, I know that you folks are against this proposal. However, it is the plumbers that request this alternative measure quite often, not the code officials. The code officials were looking for some standardized language to approve this and remain consistent across the board instead of just throwing out there whatever goes. With the appendix language, this isn't a required adoption or a required use. It will, however, provide some language that a code official can, fall back on, adopt in their jurisdiction if they choose. Again, right now, individual jurisdictions can adopt an air admittance valve as an allowable use. So the process can already be done. This just provides standardized language. Going through some of the testimony, written testimony, they indicated that the TAG vetted this proposal. The TAG did not discuss the proposal on its technical merits, even after I requested they do so. They said, no, it doesn't meet the requirements, as Corey just indicated in his previous testimony, and did not want to discuss the technical merits. Again, the code officials don't ask for these to be installed. Plumbers do. We're just looking for something consistent that can be used and provide guidance. If the council votes it down, then we're just going to get that inconsistent application and non-standardized alternative methods for air admittance valves. The reason there's no cost to this is you're already required to put in a vent. This is just a different type of vent. So if you're already required to put a vent in and you're just putting a different type of vent, there shouldn't be any cost involved with it. Again, just some standardized code language to put in there. Thanks.
Corey, go ahead.
I'm speaking on behalf of the plumbing industry. We heard public testimony from the plumbing industry. You can read the testimony that's available from what was put in. And one of the main bodies I went to was the Plumber Advisory Board for Washington. And in that room, Mike is speaking to the fact that we didn't discuss, we're all well aware that AAVs are not fully listed within the UPC because the devices don't meet the intent of the code. AAVs cannot be tested per the minimum requirements of UPC Chapter 1, Section 105.3 testing, Chapter 7, Section 712.2 water test. AAVs do not meet the minimum requirements of UPC Chapter 9, 901.2 vent required, 901.3 trap seal protection, 901.5.4 roof terminations, and 906.2 clearance. The codes in Chapter 9 are designed to prevent sewer gases and airborne pathogens from entering the building. It's a fact that AAV devices fail, and when they fail, those sewer gases and pathogens enter occupied areas of homes and businesses. These devices will create a health hazard wherever they're installed, our hospitals, nursing homes, schools, and daycare. Do you really want one in your home? The proponent believes that the guidance of the proposal provides necessary, but has not provided any documentation to support the claims. And I've spoken with the industry. The advisory board creates rules for all certified plumbers in the state of Washington, both union and open shop. There's about 8,000 plumbers in the state of Washington, and the vast majority of them understand the hazards with these devices. The plumbing industry believes that this proposal, if allowed to become part of the code, will open Pandora's box and promote widespread health hazards across the state. So I'd urge the council to keep the current Washington State Plumbing Code minimum requirements to protect the public health. And that's the reasons we've objected to it. That's the reason the tag objected to it. There are plumber officials on the tag that were object to it. The language exists in the Seattle code, and 2 of the inspectors from Seattle and all the other inspectors I've talked to, 2 of them are on our board on the tag, and they are opposed to it. I just want the council to understand the industry. The proponent says the plumbers are the ones asking for this. The industry as a whole, the majority of the industry understands the health hazards. And that's why we moved to disapprove this proposal.
Okay, Michael, go ahead.
Thanks, Corey. You're right. We probably didn't provide as much data as we should have. However, your side didn't either in opposition. They just said, we're not going to discuss it. If you look at the IPC, International Plumbing Code, the state of Washington does adopt the Uniform Plumbing Code, but we adopt all the rest of the international codes. The International Plumbing Code is adopted in 37 states, the District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico. The IPC allows air admittance valves. So if there is the level of health issues occurring from these, then we would see a lot more of that data coming from the plumbers in Washington state. However, it seems to work just fine in these 37 states that have adopted the IPC, and it seems to work just fine for all the requests for alternative installations the code officials get for this. Again, this is looking to go into an appendix, so I agree with Corey that the CR 102 was incorrectly filed, and we would still like to have that standardized code language to utilize under alternative means and methods, or as a jurisdiction now could adopt that appendix. Again, they can adopt code language now that may not go through the State Building Code Council and get vetted for technical accuracy. I urge your support on putting it in an appendix. Again, we're looking at standardized technical language that is used in 37 other states in the US.
Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess, and you kind of answered my question was, so the IPC includes AAVs with probably some other language, and the UPC model code does not. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay. And currently there's a pathway for plumbers that want to install them to do so, but it requires Micah or other building officials. What does it require currently to allow an AAV installation from a permitting standpoint?
You would have to go through the alternate means and methods process in Chapter 1, where it is a formal request and a formal response. And unfortunately, most of the time, those only go with or are provided with from the plumbers the manufacturer's installation specifications, which doesn't have any doesn't have the level of location prohibitions and other items involved in that It's just the manufacturer's installation specification. So it's not as robust as this code language is when you go through that alternative means and methods process. So that's what we're looking at here, is having this standardized, robust code language that says where you can and can't install these and what else you have to do, the sizes, all those type of things that coordinates with other sections of the UPC.
Okay, so you're saying from the perspective you're coming from, you're saying it includes additional safety because there's more specific language around do's and don'ts or sizing if this becomes a more official pathway via an appendix. That's kind of what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, those were kind of my questions. Thanks.
Okay, Corey, go ahead.
Just to respond to the alternate means and methods, it also notifies the plumbing inspector. Those rules that are put by the manufacturer's instructions are largely similar to the language that's put in here. So the process to use these devices isn't that burdensome. And it alerts the official in the area that they're going to use a device that doesn't meet the UPC code. And if you want to change the UPC, then submit your request to them and get it changed. But until then, we understand what those requirements are. And these devices fail. And that's the problem. We know they fail. And so the other states, you don't have any evidence to show one way or the other how much they're being used and how much they fail. So until there's some documented evidence, I see no reason to change our current standards. You're weakening the standards of our UPC code. The codes that are in Chapter 9, Vince, they're made to protect public health from safety hazards that are caused by sewer gases getting into the building. And they do get into the building and they will make people sick. That's the main issue here. And so I'm just in rebuttal to that idea that other codes use it. UPC doesn't, for a good reason. It's safer.
Thank you, Corey. Jimmy Arnold.
Thank you. Would note when we sent this out for public comments, we did so over the objections of the technical advisory group that did not want to have this in the code. What I was hoping from public comment is that we would hear from the plumbers that were seeking this alternative pathway and getting some feedback on whether this would provide some standards for that alternative pathway that would help. We didn't get that feedback. It was universal opposition from the plumbers and mechanical folks. I get the issue that the building officials are trying to fix, but without the plumbers saying this is solving a problem for us too, given what we heard in public comment, I'm not in favor of this measure going forward at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything further on the air admittance valves? Okay, anything further on the UPC? Okay, we'll go back to the IBC. It sounds like Kel Ash is here. And so I believe that was a request to staff to just provide some clarification.
Good morning, this is Kale. Can you hear me?
Hi, Kel, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I did join a little bit late, so I missed any of the discussion around the code proposal and the modification that we just submitted. Can someone help fill in a little bit, and I can respond to the request or provide some background on the intent of the modification we submitted?
Yeah, Todd Bayreuther, did you have your hand up? Maybe you can help with that.
I can, yeah.
Okay,
Happy
thank you.
to try here. Hi, Kale. So I think I raised the question to the council on the strikeout of the WAC, that it was always, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kale, that it was the first the ad hoc's intention, group's intention, and now you as and the collective group as a proponent, that you would strike out everything that was included in the emergency and replace it with this code. So I think it's just clarification that was the intent, and then bridging with the technical needs from staff to you as the proponent of what is needed to make sure that the council acts on that.
That's correct. That's the intent. The overarching philosophy here is to adopt the Washington Department of Natural Resources tsunami design zone maps into the Washington Building Code. That's consistent with what was adopted into the 2018 IBC under the emergency rulemaking. Since the time of submitting the initial proposal in April of this year, Washington DNR has finished publication of maps that cover all of the coastal waterways or coastal regions of the state of Washington. So that's the substance and the intent behind the code change proposal and the modification here. We did see the request about the formatting of the double underline and double strike through, and we've been working offline to create that updated formatting. So I anticipate being able to have a revised proposal submitted by first of next week on Monday with the requested formatting revisions.
Okay, Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to get a little bit of clarity because the description in item number 5, which is your explanation, it seems to me talks about just that you're updating the maps, which that makes complete sense to me. I'm curious why does that require that you completely wipe out everything and replace everything? It seems like you're replacing, throwing out the baby with the bathwater kind of a thing. Is there a reason that it is more straightforward to wipe out everything and put in the whole new, or is it just that you're replacing the maps?
Yeah, so I think does this really just relate to the formatting of the proposal? I think as we were, well, there's two things we're doing. We're updating the maps and slightly revising the methodology for comparing site-specific inundation modeling with the mapped values from Washington Department of Natural Resources. So that's some of the substance of the change. And in terms of implementing it, in working on this, I thought it was more clear to just replace the language that had been submitted in April.
Okay. Well, I think what I'm trying to get clear is Todd's description is that you are replacing everything. You're wiping out everything and replacing the whole code section, I guess. And then the description is that you're just updating the zone maps. And I guess, are those consistent? Is that?
That's the intent of this in terms of being able to implement using the Washington tsunami design zone maps. There's quite a few revisions to remove references to the ASCE tsunami geodatabase.
Okay.
So that's a little bit more of the background.
That's fine. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, anything, Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm interested in, is there like directional opposition among council members to this suggested update? Or is it simply a formatting issue that we're discussing right now? I'd like to hear from Todd or others on that.
Micah, go ahead.
Chael, I'm all for this change. Sometimes when it comes down to the modifications, and it is usually easier in instances to just replace the entire section than is to provide all the strike through and underline, just based on timing and workload and everything else. I know that this work group that Todd led is providing a lot of accurate information for state specific stuff. And so I would trust their judgment as subject matter experts in this and move forward with that replacement as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you. Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I support that, Micah. I think what, someone who's followed this process throughout, the entirety, nothing has changed in terms of intent or approach. This was always from the beginning, what the intent was. It was just simply the emergency rule to get it in place was got to a certain level. And now this is improved along with all of the different references to the map. So it's just a better version of what was already adopted in the emergency rule. And I think it is cleaner just now to include all those edits as one big strikeout.
If the council members are okay with replacing the entire text, then staff is okay too. It's easier for us to replace it.
Okay. Anything further on this? Okay, with that, let's go to the wildland urban interface code. Micah, go ahead.
Sorry, folks, you'll probably get to hear me talk a lot today on a lot of these items. So there was some opposition, as you see, in testimony to the WUI code in questioning what we're doing. And we are trying to make this better. As we've spoken at a couple of the council meetings, that there are issues with the way legislation was written, code language was provided, and we're trying to provide some clarity. On this public comment, this was the section that took a little more time in creating. And what we did in that instance is we actually went out to a non-user, John Sue, as most of you are aware, John and his expertise in code language. But John helped us put together some additional language here in chapter 3 that tries to align the legislation of finding a fact and the outline of how the WUI mapping was done by DNR. And I would really like to have John come on and kind of walk us through this public comment, because there wasn't a whole, I mean, we got 3 minutes to explain this, and I think 3 minutes was not nearly enough. And so if we could have John come on for a few minutes and kind of walk us through this public comment, it should provide a lot of clarity in the areas where folks were not understanding the finding of fact and how we got to that from the DNR map and how the DNR mapping ties into the application of the WUI code. So if John's on, I know John's on, and if he could raise his hand, if there's no objection to that, Mr. Chair, I'll let you handle that.
Excellent. Okay, John, I see you have your hand raised. We'll go ahead and promote you to panelist so you can unmute.
And I really appreciate John coming on, and I put him on the spot on this. So
Okay, John, you should be able to unmute now, and the floor will be yours.
Sorry, I was having trouble with finding the unmute button. The settings are a little funny.
No, you're good.
All right. I think it might be easiest to maybe scroll down to the bottom here of this and look at the figures, because I think that ultimately the code language that's proposed there is kind of encompassed by these figures. So the figures kind of give you the overview. There's a simplified, essentially what the proposal does for this chapter says use the DNR maps and how do you interpret them. And then if you want to do something different than what the DNR maps say, then you go to this finding of fact process. And so you have your site, and the idea is you have to determine the structure density, a structure density category. You look at the vegetation density category. I'm looking at the figure at the top, by the way. So number one is do the density category. Number two is then you go to the vegetation density category. Are you vegetated or non-vegetated? You then determine whether you're near or distant to a heavily vegetated area, essentially. Then based on all of that, you decide whether you actually use the WUI code or you don't. And then if you are required to, then you have to decide whether you're an interface area, sorry, intermix or interface area. So and then the next figure down below kind of shows you what the categories are. Again, it's all described in the code language, in actual, enforceable code language, but this is kind of the summary and the quick way to do this. So you determine, sorry, if you can stay at the top there, yeah. So your density, structure density, if you have this uninhabited to high categories, there are 5 of them, and how many structures are in this, it's in a 40-acre area, basically, that you're looking at. Then you determine your vegetation density within that 40-acre area surrounding your site. And you have your non-vegetated, vegetated categories. Okay, and you can scroll. Thank you. Then there's a high density vegetated area. So it's an area that's 75% or more vegetated. If you're close to one of those, less than basically 1.5 miles, then you're categorized as a near category. If you're if 1.5 miles or more, then you're distant from that heavily vegetated area or high density vegetated area. And then you go to number 4, and there's these designations. Your WUI applies if you fall in one of those 2 boxes on the left, and it does not apply if you fall into one of those 2 boxes on the right. Similarly, then once you decide if the WUI applies, then you go to number 5, and if you scroll down a little bit more, please. There you go. Thank you. You have the intermix. Again, how do you determine if you're intermixed or if you're interface? So that's essentially kind of the quick overview of what we're doing. There are a few details about how do you determine your 40-acre area. And so if you could scroll up to, and I'll have to tell you when to stop when I see it, sorry. Area to be evaluated. There you go, please. Thank you. 302.3.1. Yes, thank you. So when you're looking at your site, you have to determine this, again, this 40-acre area. So it's unclear, what shape is that going to be? So we decided it's going to be a square. We're just going to call it a square. It's 1,320 feet on each side, which gets you to your 40 acres. Then you have to be, you essentially locate the square such that the site is in its center, unless you got a large water body. And what we decided a large water body was something that's greater than 200,000 square feet, which was about, I forget, 5 acres or something like that. We came up with it's about 10% of the size of the square. And if it's bigger than that, then the water body is bigger than that, then you kind of twist your square around so that you don't overlap the water body. It's a little bit of judgment in there, and but that's kind of the best we could do to figure out how to make this work for people. So again, this is kind of an alternate to using this finding of fact as an alternate to using the actual DNR maps. And so that's essentially what it covers. And I guess I'm open to questions.
Okay, Micah, go ahead.
I just wanted to note that this information we developed this off of came from DNR, and we did do coordination with the folks that developed the map to make sure this information was accurate. And so we, if you go to the mapping, it's coordinated with colors, and the finding of fact is not a requirement aside from one location. And those are the dark green areas on the DNR mapping. In other words, they are not mapped. They're mapped wildland. There's no habited structures, stuff like that in that area. And so you have to, or someone has to determine whether or not that falls into the WUI code. If someone builds there, does that become a interface or intermix area, or something that does not fall into the WUI code? So that's what this chapter, this language provides you. It provides you that path to do so. Again, there's no direction on how to do that right now. And so that's what this does. And we did coordinate with DNR, and this was also developed with the Washington Association of State Fire Marshals. And so this was a whole work group that helped develop this PC and this process. So it wasn't done just as a, hey, this is what we think it should be. We actually used information from DNR on how they developed their map and put that in here in some type of code language. Hopefully it's user friendly. So open for questions. I just want to give a little history before we got into questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I have questions that go back a little bit farther in history or clarifications. So there is not a WUI code right now. Is that correct? This would be the first time that we're adopting this?
So if you want me to answer that, the answer would be there is not an entire WUI code. However, there are parts of the WUI code that were placed in legislation, and those parts were the most restrictive construction requirements in the WUI code. What this now does, adopting the entire WUI code, it maintains those most restrictive parts and gives you that path, if that's the initial path. However, it does now provide you an option to go through the finding of fact if you want to dispute the map, since the map, a lot of folks have said, hey, the map is terrible, it has issues. You can dispute the map through findings of fact, which is allowed in the legislation. And once you go through that process, you could find or determine that you have a lower ignition resistant construction classification, so you wouldn't have to do all those other items that were the most restrictive.
Okay.
Does that kind of help answer some of your questions, Roger?
I think so. So there are parts. Okay. Yes, it does. So my second question, and I think Micah, you have some oral testimony at the bottom that addresses this, and so I'd ask you to respond to this. Is there are comments about, does the SBC have the authority to adopt this or amend it or not? And I mean, to be honest, it goes to the questions that we had about the EV charging. You know, what can we, what should we, what are we allowed to do? So Micah, I would be curious to hear your oral testimony and thoughts on, do we have the authority? And then any other opinions that people may have that say we do or don't.
Thanks. For my own opinion, I do believe we have the authority to modify this code. And I think we should. The way it's produced, it's not user, excuse me, it's not user friendly. So I do think we have the authority to do so. One thing I want to mention is that we are working on modified legislation that we hope to get through that would eliminate the actual code language from the RCW and have it adopted like all the rest of the codes, where the SBCC adopts the code language instead of having the code language written in law. So I do think we have the authority to modify it, and we're working on the legislation concurrently. So There's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And since people are, offering some comments, I just have to say, with the fire season that we've had in Western Washington this year, rather than normally in Eastern Washington, and the increase in smoke, I think that this is something that we definitely need to adopt and support. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Pete?
Yeah, John, Sue, thank you for participating and reviewing this, but I would like to ask the question, what does vegetation density mean? How does one define that, given the differences in the different ecosystems across this entire state?
Yeah,
I have a great deal of difficulty trying to define what 50% vegetation density means in my backyard versus where I grew up in Western Washington as a kid. So
Sure. If we could go back to the code language or the public comment language. Let's see. There. Well, yeah, there it is. Yes, thank you. Vegetation coverage. So you have to go to coverage is determined with Chapter 9 in the WUI code, and there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that, unfortunately. So we didn't want to try to put that in here. Just point you to Chapter 9 in the WUI code. And I'm unfortunately I did not work on Chapter 9. That is actually pulled in, I believe, from the appendix and has been adopted as a separate chapter under separate proposal. And so I'm not entirely, I've looked at it, but I'm not entirely certain with all the detail of all the details. But the idea is you determine it in accordance with that chapter, and then with the density, you then take whatever you get out of Chapter 9, and you divide that by 40 acres, essentially. That's how you get the density. The coverage,
right,
coverage
that's
is determined in Chapter 9. Sorry.
relatively clear. Micah, maybe you could comment on the role of Chapter 9 there and making that determination. And that's, my front yard is grass. That's 100% vegetation density. So how does Chapter 9 eliminate grassland or golf course or some other entity from the definition of vegetation density? I think we need some clarity on this issue.
Great question, Peter. When you go into Chapter 9, yes, it was an appendix, but we did feel it was more important to maintain it as a chapter because it does give you that information. It gets into the actual types of vegetation that you're talking about, and it has different fuel model keys that you go in and determine your vegetation. So if you've got mosses, lichens, and low shrubs, that's part of a fuel model key in that code language. If you've got brushes, shrubs, or trees, then you get into that. And then it has different fuel model keys that identify those different types of brushes and gives you different models that you would have to use to determine your vegetation density. So it does get into that specified type of shrub or grass or tree. So Chapter 9 does get into that information.
Great. I think the original code might be amended to make that pointing to Chapter 9 and how it determines the ability to evaluate the type density or type of fuel load and relate that to vegetation density. It should be more clear in the original point to Chapter 9 and why you want to go there. So if you see what I mean, it's just a matter of the user would come in and sit down and say, gosh, yeah, there's vegetation everywhere. I fail this, quick sheet here. And but that really boils down to, they're going into Chapter 9 and then reviewing that in some substantial detail. I think we need to give them a reason to go to Chapter 9 in order to actually answer this question, because that wasn't clear to me. So.
Okay. I think once you use the code as a whole, you'll get to that Chapter 9. Yeah, it's going to be tough to, other than what we pointed to here, to get more information in one little section when it's a package, and you've got to use that code as a whole to get there, and you will get there based on the PC and other sections of the code.
All right, I think that addresses most of my original concerns with this, but otherwise I'm reasonably happy with it.
Thank you, Pete. Damon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, if I might ask a question, is our underlying base code the 2021 or the 2018 ICC WUI portion?
Or it will be the 2021 version.
Okay. And are the DNR maps complete, or are they still working on those?
The DNR maps were complete, I believe it was August of 2021.
Okay. I'm looking at, going back to somebody who brought up legislative intent or direction, in gross substitute Senate Bill 6109, directed the State Building Code Council to address 4 areas out of the 2018 WUI code. And that was roof coverings, exterior walls, appendages and projections, and then driveways. Have we included more than that since we've used the 2021 as our base code?
No, we took the base legislative language and moved that into the body of the 2021 code as individual sections. And I want to say those are sections 501.4 through 501.8, and incorporated that specific legislative language into the 2021. And it will, in my opinion, show up as an amendment, maintaining that language from the legislation.
Okay. Only other thing I'd note is, once again, on both the written and oral testimony, we've got overwhelming opposition to this. There was also a petition, and I don't know without clicking all the links where it's at, but there were 1,584 signatures by builders opposing this as well. So I guess I'd recommend we go forward cautiously with the WUI code. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, my question was whether we are overstepping the legislative mandate or the legislative, well, I guess we could possibly overstep the legislative requirement, but if they limited what the WUI code could do, then we don't want to ever overstep that. And I was wondering if Dirk or others could weigh in on that.
Actually, Dave Merchant today. Dirk is actually on training dealing with technical and legal, the law applying to tech issues, which was kind of relevant in our earlier discussion. Could you ask that? I think I know where you're going with the question, but could you ask it again? Because this is a discussion that Derek and I had along with Stoyan earlier. So Chell, if you can ask.
Yeah, and your name shows up as Dirk.
I know it does. I tried to change it, but I'm on the web interface, and you can't change the thing on the web interface. With,
okay, yeah. So the question is, so legislature directs the Building Code Council to do things from time to time, and they have certain mandates in what they tell us to do, and that allows us to do on-cycle or off-cycle rulemaking. But they also have certain limitations in the legislation. And the question is, does the WUI code as written in the CR 102, does that overstep any limitations on what the Building Code Council is allowed to do?
Okay, with the WUI code, and part of this is a description I think Micah gave just a couple minutes ago with the idea there are a couple of specific statutory sections that were lifted out of the WUI code as adopted, I assume by the IRC or wherever the WUI code was adopted, and plunked into the statutes, which is unusual because usually how it works is we're adopting the plumbing code. You can amend it if you want, but we're adopting the plumbing code, amended on cycle or off cycle. And that has caused a little bit of confusion because I know the authority, the look to authority is actually looking to the SBCC's general authority to adopt and amend building codes for the good of the good of the whole. And you do have that question that arises in adopting those two or three specific sections. Was the legislature setting a minimum bar? Was it actually the thing and that's it and you can't do any more, or exactly what? And I will agree that, as council, we would basically say, hey, here's your risk profile here. The risk profile is higher than if the legislature has done what they usually do, and what I believe it sounds like the proposal going forward is to try to normalize the WUI code. That would be a very low risk profile. Been doing that for years. That's how you do business. On the other hand, there is language in the general authority or authorizing statutes of the Building Code Council that says you are allowed to adopt and amend codes. And so it's also not at the super high profile of risk. But that's kind of where we are. There's not a whole bunch to go on. It's more than you usually have as far as risk. it is not something where I would feel obligated to say, hey, I think you're overstepping your authority. It's somewhere in that grayer area.
Okay, so I will attempt to paraphrase. We are not, in your opinion, or in whatever, in the opinion that you represent, we are not prohibited from adopting more than by this legislation, than adopting more than this legislation tells us we have to.
Correct. I would say the specific sections don't have a limitation in them. They're just there. This is the statute, what the requirements are. There's no, don't do anything more than this. And general authorization does give you that more broad authority. So I would not say that, I would say there is, in my opinion, there is not limitation language, explicit or implied, in the statutory sections that are there, the WUI statutory sections that are there. Does that answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Bob Hamlin.
Hi, I think that the general intent of the code is for health and safety, and I feel like this fits that criteria. My concern is that this is for new construction going forward, and the designation of some of the WUI areas will take and put kind of a overlay over some of the existing structures in that area. And I've heard concern over increases of insurance once that overlay has been placed over a certain area. And that's, I guess, my concern from what I've heard. And the other area is that in my county, we're in a national scenic area, and there's conflicting criteria for trying to have visual subordination of homes and residences in the scenic area, which are actually the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish with the WUI code. So those are just a couple thoughts.
Thank you. Todd, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make a just general statement in support. I want to thank everybody, DNR and others who've helped develop this, these provisions. There are certain externalities to the life safety code that's developed here it's really important in terms of timing, and specifically as it relates to our development codes. And more importantly, under our Growth Management Act, cities and counties, as many know in this council, are going through their comprehensive plan updates in 2024, 25, or 26. And this life safety code gets discussed frequently when we're talking about aligning land use code, aligning development or design standards. And then, as many on this call, like Council Member Commissioner French know, as we begin to open up UGA discussions, this is critical that we have something down in terms of life safety considerations. So please support this in some form.
Micah, go ahead.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, everyone. Good questions from folks, including Damon and Bob, on what the opposition has indicated. And I just want to speak a little bit to that on the opposition. They indicate that this is a new code. It's not. This went into effect August of last year, and maybe it's just not at the level of enforcement that it should be. There are jurisdictions that are adopting the entire code. I know a county up near Yakima has adopted it in its entirety and has implemented some things. And they did provide feedback to this and thought that it was a good path forward and could provide a consistent code. And then, Bob, you mentioned the overlay could cause issues. That overlay is already done. That was the DNR mapping that was completed August of last year. So right now, if you go to their link and look at that map, you already have a designation of some kind. You may not fall within the WUI code at all, because the only time the WUI code is going to apply is for an interface or intermix. If you are in a green area on that DNR map, however, it's a wildland. So if you come build in that area, a designation has to be determined. That is not clear in the mapping or in the legislation. It just says in the legislation, if we actually pulled up RCW 1927-560, that once the mapping is done, the provisions in that section shall apply. It doesn't tell you where they should apply. If that was a conservative interpretation, those provisions would apply to every structure built in the state of Washington. But that's not the intent, and we all know that. but that's what exact language reads. It says these shall apply. However, what we're doing here is going to provide a clear understanding of where it applies, how it applies, and how you get to the findings of fact that is allowed in the legislation. So I think we're going to cover it all. I don't think, there's going to be a lot of issues with this. Is it perfect? I'm not going to say it is. We have to incorporate this and use it. What is out there now is horribly inadequate and is not enforceable by the code officials, whether that's a fire code official or building code official. And so this is a clarification. Again, the opposition talks about this being new. It's not. It's in effect, and the most restrictive ignition resistant construction requirements are what is in effect per the RCW right now. So hopefully everybody supports it. A lot of work went into this from varied organizations, including BIAW. And so urge your support on this one.
Thank you, Micah. Craig, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am truly undecided on this one for a couple of reasons. One is, if the legislature had intended, they adopted 4 specific pieces. If they had any intent, they could have just as easily adopted the whole thing. Why? Do we have any idea why they didn't just adopt the whole thing? And if they had intended for us to mess with it, they could have given us clear direction that the SBCC is to look at it and adopt as needed. And Micah makes a very good point in that if a county can adopt it, they don't need us to tell them to adopt it. Each county can independently do that, almost like county rights instead of state rights. As I read this is a confusing morass of trouble that is going to be really hard for officials to, even the map alone is confusing. So I think building officials are going to have a real challenge in enforcing that. Mike, I think you're right. It is hard to enforce. And I think part of that will be if we add more to it, it'll be less, or it'll be more confusing. So I am wide open to more explanation, but I think this is not necessary for us to act on at this point, but I still welcome more conversation.
Thank you, Craig. Micah, go ahead.
I think one of the reasons it was shown or adopted as is in the legislation is they fought for a long time and there was a lot of negotiation. I honestly, Greg, I'm surprised at the items that did get adopted because it is the most restrictive and there's no clear path for enforcement. And that's probably why folks are going, this is new and it hasn't been enforced on them, because it's just not being enforced. There's no way to enforce this, in my opinion, in other code officials' opinion, based on the legislation alone. There is no direct tie in with the mapping. There's no understanding of how to read the mapping. So hopefully I can sway you to support this. This does provide that clarity, but it does keep those items that were adopted in the legislation in the WUI code for Washington. We don't get rid of that. We actually make that as, hey, this is your I want to call it your prescriptive path forward. Just go do these things if you're identified in an intermix or interface area and be done. If you don't want to, or if you want to challenge the map, here's the process to do that. And that's kind of the way we went down modifying this code. So I do hope you look at it a little more as a whole package and support it. If you're on the fence, come to the support side. We promise we're making it better. We're not going worse or more confusing. We're trying to provide that clarity and consistency and balance in this. So thanks.
Damon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled up the map from ArcGIS or through the DNR link. I'm looking at North Thurston County where I live, and it looks like I'm definitely in the interface or whatnot. So I would not be able to build the cedar deck that's on the back of my house under this code. It just seems like maybe it's the map that's the issue. But yeah, where I build, I guess we're done doing cedar decks, for an example.
Just to speak to that before we get to Chel's question, Damon, that's why we want to adopt this code, so you can challenge that designation and have a path to do so and a clear guidance on what you have to include to justify your position of going, hey, we don't agree with this. Right now, you don't have that path in the legislation, and that's what we're wanting to provide you. So hopefully you'll support it.
Go ahead, Chel.
And Tony, I was just going to ask a question of you. If you are in Yakima and Yakima's adopted the whole thing. And I guess what I'm getting from Micah is the old version was challenging to enforce, and Yakima adopted this. Is it easier to enforce and possible to enforce, or is it not being enforced?
No, yeah. City of Yakima has not adopted it, which is where I'm employed now. The county has, and,
okay.
and they're using the code. And as far as enforceability and how clean that looks, I would probably be best to be called upon a Yakima County code official for that answer, and I'd feel uncomfortable speaking for them.
Okay, thanks. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
No, that's okay, John. Thank you. Okay, anything further? Go ahead, Micah.
I was just gonna tell Chell, we did reach out to the county there, and that was I want to say his name was Rich, and Tony I'm sure would know better, but he did have input on the whole code as a package and thought it would work good, if not better than what they put together and adopted, just because it does tie in the legislation really nicely and provides information on that finding of fact and tying in the DNR mapping. So we did reach out to them since they had a program in place already. So, and I can get you his contact information if you want, Chael. I believe it's Rich Elliott for Yakima County. Thanks.
Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Damon's comments there. I did the same thing. I looked at the DNR map and decided that, you know, looking at my backyard and my neighbor's yard, that I was right next to a yellow area, and I couldn't discern what the difference was. And I think that Micah and company have done an incredibly good job of clarifying what the process is for addressing how you come up with an inadequate DNR map and sit down and say, okay, yeah, this is at such a high level. How do I bring this down to my own level? And I am now reasonably satisfied that this is a workable code. Maybe I need to become more expert at it if I were a code official, but I think if I were, this is now a reasonably workable code. I can determine on a local level whether or not I should or should not be in a yellow or red or green zone. So yeah, I had many of the same concerns that Damon had, is that if you just go to the DNR map, you're pretty much, you know, your conclusion is going to be inaccurate. You need to go into it deeper, so.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on the wildland urban interface? Damon, go ahead.
If whoever's got the map pulled up here, could you scroll over to the I-5 corridor? You know, it appears that a tremendous amount of suburban area is included in this map, and that's going to have a huge impact on, you know, home building at the core. So I'm on the fence here. If this does provide a better pathway to go forward, then that's great. But yeah, I mean, once again, I'm just looking at, like Pete was, at my backyard and my cedar deck that would no longer be allowed, and it causes concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Pete, did you have something further?
No, I
just forgot to.
Yeah, based on the mapping, it's going to affect a lot of places, Damon, and that's already in effect. If you are in a red or yellow area on this map, you have to, if you construct in a red or yellow area on this map, you have to adhere to RCW 1927.560. That's a requirement already. So again, our code is not changing that requirement, that legislative requirement. We are providing guidance on if you want to do a findings of fact, which is allowed by legislation, how do you go about doing that? In the areas that are the vegetated uninhabited, if you want to build in that area, you would be required to go through that findings of fact because it is not mapped as an interface or intermix. So right now, as it stands, if you're red or yellow, you have to meet the RCW. So yeah, that's already in effect. Again, we're not changing that. And that's one of the things I want to make really clear to the council is that we are not modifying what the legislation has already done And that's why, the cost data was mentioned before. Again, this cost has already been imposed for over a year now on new construction based on the DNR map. So urge your support. We are trying to make it better and find that balance. So thanks.
Thank you. Anything further on the WUI? Okay, that's going to take us to the IMC and the fuel gas code. Before we do that, let's take 10 minutes and then we'll take a 10-minute recess and we'll come back and continue with those. So it's 11:55. Let's go to 12:05. Thank you. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. Krista, will you please take a quick roll call?
I'll have to do that. Tony Dome,
Here.
Jill Anderson.
Here.
Thank you. Jay Arnold,
Here.
Todd Byerther,
Here.
Micah Chappelle,
Present.
Damon
Yeah,
Doyle,
can you hang on for a second?
Here.
Al French,
Here.
Bob Hamlin,
Here.
Roger Haringa,
Here.
Craig Holt,
Here.
Pete Reiki,
Here.
Katie Sheehan. Here. Carolyn Trout,
Here.
Corey Wilker,
Here.
Representative Larry Hoff. Senator John Lovett.
Here.
Representative Alex Ramel,
Here.
Senator Linda Wilson. Lauren Lathrop. And Dave Merchant.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder to council members, this meeting is scheduled until 4 o'clock today. So we'll be taking another break at 2 o'clock, another short break. So, all right, let's go ahead and continue. That takes us to our mechanical code and fuel gas code. And Carolyn, go ahead.
Thanks, Tony. So across, all the oral and written testimony, I think there's a mix of support and opposition. Most comments regarding the kitchen hood exhaust proposal, and then some comments requesting modifications. So I was hoping just to walk real quick through some of the proposed modifications first. So I'll come back to Andrea's comment because I imagine that's the most discussion. So Mr. Andrews' comment is about electronic air cleaners, and the code language as is really applies to filtration for specific mechanical equipment. So if the air cleaner has a MERV rating, it's in the airstream and it's part of the mechanical equipment, then there's nothing specifically prohibiting any technology. So the charging language notes you can have a particulate filter or an air cleaner. If it's a freestanding piece of air cleaning equipment, it's just really not regulated by this section. So I believe the concern was about this requirement preventing the use of certain filtration technologies, but it's really a performance requirement, not a technology requirement. Mr. Cooper's comment, the next one, I think that's easily addressable. Mr. Vandermeer's comment similarly, I think provides additional clarification around exhaust, transformer vault exhaust. And then I had a public comment as well, and this is in regards to our legislative direction to adopt certain refrigerant safety standards. We've adopted ASHRAE standard 34 and 15, and we'll need to update the UL edition listings once those are available. But one of the remaining standards, ASHRAE 15.2, was just published this summer and should have been in the CR 102, but didn't get in there. So, my understanding is there's broad awareness that this, as well as the latest UL standards, would be incorporated because it's specifically called out in the HB 1050 legislation. And so it'd be preferable to incorporate it now as part of this code cycle, but open to feedback on that one. And then Ian's comment there is on the same topic as Andrea Smith's. So just a couple of comments about the range hood proposal, just to refresh everybody on it. So the simplified summary is that for intermittent exhaust, the current 2018 code requires 100 CFM over a range hood. And this proposal requires 160 CFM over an electric range and 250 over a combustion range. So I think in all of the public testimony, lots on the topics of health, timing, cost, product availability, and complexity. I think those were discussed by the TAG and the MBE, and they're also kind of reiterated throughout a lot of the testimony. Just reminding folks that a similar but more complex version of this requirement is going into effect in California this January 1st. Yeah, just to reiterate, I think most, but not all, stakeholders are supportive of the increase in CFM to 160, regardless of fuel type. In terms of that differentiated ventilation with slightly more required for combustion ranges. Electric ranges are generally more affordable and also pair with that lower requirement. So there's some alignment there. Yeah, I think that's kind of the overview of the public testimony and some initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Damon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my concern here is availability. I can easily get a 250 and beyond range hood, but the bulk of new construction is typically microwave hood combos, and getting beyond 200 CFM in those units is going to be lead to a difficulty in finding material. So I would be in support of keeping all range hoods at the higher level of 160 from the 100.
Okay, go ahead, Micah.
Sorry, I'm muted. Are we only speaking on the ventilation right now? Or are we speaking on the other public comments, Carolyn?
I think any comments you want to make?
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
I guess my question kind of was going to go back to Mr. Andrews' comment on the MERV filter and the other alternative. If they put the other alternative in, would he still be required to do the MERV 13 filter? Is kind of my question on that change or possible change.
Yeah, I mean, to respond, I think the filter needs to be in the airstream, and it's really a requirement about the equipment. So it applies to the air handling and ventilation equipment. And so if that's where the filter needs to be located, so the filter can't be, plugged into the wall in the corner of a room. So I think that was the difference, but it doesn't matter what kind of technology that filter is using in that equipment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, kind of. I think I'm following it. It just based on his comment, it sounded like he wanted to allow another type of filter in that airstream. Because what you're saying is this technically the one he's talking about is not within that equipment. So if he wanted to install that one, he would still have to install the MERV 13.
Right. It's just that the requirement applies to a filter in the airstream, and there's nothing preventing that filter from being an electronic filter. It just needs to meet a certain performance requirement. But the requirement in that code section for a long time and in this present version applies to the air handling and ventilation equipment, not to freestanding filtration.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything further on the IMC or the fuel gas code? Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, if we're covering the ventilation stuff here, I believe we're on that. Is that true?
That's correct. I think it's
Okay.
open to any
So
comment.
I just wanted to report on the reading that I did. I asked for folks to send me all of the studies that had been done by LBL and various health agencies, and read a variety of materials from the natural gas industry, from the healthcare industry. And it seems to me that from a standpoint of whether or not natural gas or fire, fuel, open flame cooking sources cause asthma, there does not seem to be a great deal of documentation that that is the case. However, one of the studies clearly showed that if you have asthma, then having a natural gas or open flame cooking source in your home is a serious health hazard. And so from a standpoint of disability, I think of asthma as a disability. It's an incurable, untreatable kind of condition. You can ameliorate the effects of it, but it is clear that if I had a family member who had asthma, and approximately 8% of all Americans have some form of diagnosed with some form of asthma, and probably a substantial more have quite a higher risk for asthmatic-like symptoms during the winter times, such as bronchitis and continuous colds and coughs that may not necessarily get to the criteria of asthma. But at any rate, I think it is abundantly clear that if you have asthma, you don't want to be living in a home with a natural gas cooking source that does not have the adequate ventilation. And it does seem from the LB Lawrence Berkeley study that the 160, 250 CFM numbers do account for that exposure. And so I'm in favor of adopting this this proposed rule. So thank you.
Okay, Damon, go ahead.
A question possibly to Carolyn. Is compliance under ASHRAE 62.2 2019 still an option within the mechanical code?
So ASHRAE 62.2 is a new option for requirement. It wasn't previously permitted, but as part of this code cycle, but I believe it points to a requirement where the exhaust requirements still apply, even if you're taking that pathway.
Okay, thank you.
Micah, go ahead.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thanks for the information. Reading on the standardized CFM across all range hoods comment from BIAW, why is there something more restrictive or less restrictive for stuff other than gas? I guess I unfortunately didn't have enough time to sit in all the conversations. And why is there not a standard range across all range hoods? And why are we singling out something as a fuel type to be more specific? Is it inherently more dangerous? Is there a bigger problem? Is there data that shows you need to have a higher or lower CFM rate for certain fuel types than others? And how did this proposal come about? Could you just explain that a little bit? And why would a standardized number not be adequate? Thanks.
Yeah, I think we heard from a lot of subject matter experts, so I'll do my best to relay that, I think all cooking produces particulate pollution, and the uniqueness about combustion is that it also produces NO2, carbon monoxide, and aldehydes. And so there's just research ongoing, previous, continuing into the future, connecting some of those contaminants to specific health outcomes that Pete was speaking to. So I think that's the reason for the differentiated ventilation between the two cooking approaches. But there was also a lot of discussion about how cooking in general creates a lot of pollutants, and it's specifically, related also to what you are cooking. But that's really the background on the thinking there.
Okay. So with that, is what you're saying is the kind of, let's just say the air changes per hour based on the CFM, it's more important when you're using a gas combustion than an electric combustion, because you want to get those out faster. And so the higher CFM would do that. And that's where the improved air quality would come into play, based on that you're, getting those pollutants out of your air quicker than something else. Is that layman's term?
Yeah. More CFM, more volume is going to remove contaminants more effectively.
Is there correlating fresh air ventilation requirement? Just, I'm not up to speed.
There's no makeup air requirement for exhaust less than 400 CFM.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Damon, to one of your, well, first of all, Carolyn, I think you made a comment that the 250 is potentially aligned with the California. I assume that'd be Title 24. So is that right? Is that what you said? So, and then, thank you. From a supply standpoint, Damon, can you help me, or someone else help me better understand? Are you saying right now there is a constraint on 250, and there would be concern that if California and Washington adopt this, that we would not be able to achieve that our supply chain wouldn't adapt and be able to achieve that supply?
There's always going to be supply chain adaptation, obviously. But, if you put a short-term constraint on, I'm sitting here scrolling through microwaves at Best Buy to see how many hit compliance. And so far, it's been about 50%. So I want to be cautious, just because I battle material shortages on a daily basis, and I just don't want to limit options. Going to 200 seems to be readily available. Beyond 200, like I said, I'm hitting about 50%, but I'd have to dig further. So that's my thoughts on that. Also on the issue of makeup air, after the 2018 code, I read an opinion, and I don't know where it's at, but needing to have makeup air after 400 CFM only applies if there's a naturally aspirated combustion unit within the conditioned space. So if you've got a sealed furnace and a sealed, say, a gas fireplace, the only naturally aspirated combustion unit is the stove itself, and therefore makeup air would not be required in that instance. If that's, I wonder if anybody on the council wants to comment toward that. Thanks.
Thank you, Damon. So just to conclude, if anyone can provide the council with more information on potential concerns of 250, I'd love to hear it, and I'll dig a little deeper too with manufacturers. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comment on the mechanical code testimony or the fuel gas testimony? Okay.
Sorry, I'd just like to have a clarification. So, Peter, I've been trying to figure out what you meant. Did you mean that you support the code with the recommendation from the BIAW, or at the top of this, at the top here, or just across the board without that? I just wanted to be clear that I understood you.
I support a 160/250 regulation, so that if you have a natural gas cooking appliance, then you should have 250 CFM for that. So okay. If you have electric, then 160 should be adequate.
Got it. Okay.
Really, the distinction I make as a chemist is that the natural gas emits a number of noxious chemicals, whereas most cooking emits particulates and not necessarily a lot of noxious gases. So, which brings me kind of to the point of whether or not these numbers are really adequate or not, the 160 versus 250 in cubic feet per minute. The capture efficiency, I think, is the better criteria But I don't think we're really capable of taking what we use in CFM and converting that to capture efficiency at this point. But that would be something that we should think about for future code. But I'm in favor of the 160/250 code proposal. So thank you.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
Okay. Anything further on the IMC or the fuel gas code? Okay, with that, we'll go to the energy code residential. And just as a reminder, as we go through this and the rest of the agenda, please be sure to keep your comments to the point and try not to repeat yourself too much. So, Chal, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide, bring people up to, recollect things as Caroline did with some of the proposals. So we had lots of proposals. The tag did a great job, thousands of hours of work. The council at when we put this out for CR2 actually created another option. So there's two options within the CR 102. Most of the energy savings towards the clear legislative mandate of 70% energy use reduction. Most of the reductions in the last few cycles have come from the options table. And so option 1 increases the number of options and the credits for options. Option 2 for the options table requires heat pump space heating and water heating, including gas-based heat pumps in the base code, and then has fewer options required in the options table because efficiency is baked into the prescriptive code. I can go into the legislative mandate if anybody wants, but it's quite clear to get to 70% energy use reduction. We need to stay on a path, and this CR 102 kind of puts us on that path, keeps us on that path. And we're a heating dominated climate. So heating efficiency is the primary way to get to the legislative mandate, and the heat pump space heating, heat pump water heating both kind of get us in that direction. We've had more heat pumps installed every cycle, and this gets us more heat pumps installed, including gas-based heat pumps. There's other changes as well. We had thousands of people in support of the changes, and we had over 1,000 people who oppose it. And also lots of people dove into the actual language, and instead of just opposing it or supporting it, they sent technical comments. And so I've gone through almost all of those and emailed some people and met with some people to try and understand what their comments are, and if we could just make the code easier to use, better, but still maintain the stringency. So I'm not going to go through all of those. I'm going to let anybody ask questions, or if somebody makes a comment, I might respond to it to kind of keep the kind of time down.
Thank you, Chal. Does anyone have comments or questions for the public testimony on the residential energy code? Senator Wilson, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair. I guess I might as well start this one off as well. Okay, so we did submit a letter, again, the same letter that addressed the EV, also addressed the natural gas ban. And so I want to refer to that letter again. The legislature and 21 members signed this letter, and actually saying that the legislature did not direct the council to restrict or phase out the use of natural gas for space or water heating in homes. And so if we wanted to do that, we would have done that, know how to do that, but we didn't do that. So there's a quote here in the letter that is a quote by a court case, State versus Brown. The paramount consideration is whether the rule is promulgated pursuant to legislative delegation. To have the force of law and administrative regulation must be properly promulgated pursuant to a legislative delegation. And again, we have not done that. We have not. There was a lot of discussion, and you can maybe say that there was intent or not, according to how you view the discussion. But there was no statute that directed the Building Code Council to basically ban natural gas. So I think that in reviewing a court would search in vain for a statute that clearly directs the council to curtail natural gas for residential heating. Without a statutory mandate, the council cannot act. We do support natural gas heating as an option. It's a minor source of emissions in Washington state. And I think that, again, this is another one of those things where we should be, I heard earlier about the asthma concern. That's okay. You'd have the choice not to use it, but don't take that choice away from others. But again, we did not give the mandate, or there's nothing in statute that says that we can do what we're doing. The 70% energy reduction is a goal, not a mandate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Al French, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the policy statement with regard to going to a single fuel source here in the state of Washington. A week before last, I attended the American Public Transportation Association annual conference there in Seattle. And at the conference, one of the largest attended work sessions was with regard to hydrogen fuel cell buses. And the reason why this topic was so heavily attended was because there were a number of transit agencies in the state of Florida that had gone all electric. And when Ian rolled through the state and took out electricity, they not only had the buses stranded in their garage, they also had buses stranded out on the road and could not provide public transportation to a community that desperately needed it in the event of a crisis. In the state of California and Southern California, several of the agencies down there are now converting some of their electric buses to hydrogen fuel cell buses because of problems they have with rolling brownouts and keeping their fleet on the road when they don't have the electricity to be able to recharge. So my point is that going to a single source, being all electric, puts us at risk. And this is particularly true on the eastern side of the state, probably more so on the western side, because we are subjected to, in the winter months, ice storms, snowstorms, a variety of other challenges that can make electricity unavailable. And without natural gas, you then force people out of their homes. And that just is to deliberately do that just doesn't make sense. To deliberately put the state in a position to where you've increased its vulnerability by going to a single source fuel. I don't know what the rationale is. Again, as I've said many, many times, you're driving residential construction out of Spokane County into Idaho, forcing people to be on the road in their car. I will get more air pollution from their autos than I will ever get out of the natural gas. And so you judge good policy, not by its intent, but by its impact. And the impact is that you are running the risk of putting people at harm's way and actually creating more environmental damage than you would be by keeping natural gas. So I will leave my comments at that, and hopefully the wisdom of what some of the other states have experienced with regard to trying to go to a single fuel source will help us to prevent from making that same mistake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Al. Representative Vermel.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I'd just say, to clarify, this policy, as I understand it, is not a gas ban. It is not a single fuel source. It does allow natural gas for many uses, including for natural gas heat pumps. If I were writing this policy, I might take it a step further, but I am not. This is an energy efficiency standard, and I just would urge us all to remain on point, focused on the policy that's actually in front of us.
Thank you. Craig Holt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really enjoyed the comments by the Senator and Mr. French. However, my focus is going to be the testimony that I think is being lost in the discussion here by the IBEW, that our grid is not prepared for this. It is not prepared to take on natural electric heat only, heat pumps, or any of those things. In fact, there are buildings in Eastern Washington. There are places in Eastern Washington where their developments would be not able to be permitted. I think we need to really take into account that there's going to be a ramp up. It's going to take, and as according to that testimony, is 5 to 12 years to start building the substations and the grid necessary to support this. I think we're premature in making these stances. Not that they're bad, but I think it's premature, and the grid system that we have in some places, in Seattle included, are not ready to take this load. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Vermel, did you have your hand up again, or is that residual?
Sorry.
Thank you. Damon Doyle, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, boy, I put a lot of thought to this, and I've been a proponent for heat pumps for a long time. Most of my building is rural, so gas is typically not there. That being said, we cannot afford to eliminate this as a fuel source just by flipping a switch overnight. All of the comments toward indoor air quality, this code only, or this proposal only eliminates natural gas for space heating and water heating. Does not address cooktops, stoves, things that are burning within the combustion or in the conditioned space. Fireplaces, including ventless fireplaces, believe it or not, those are on the market. So the grid can't take it. We can't, Upper Kittitas County does not have the capacity to go switch over to electric heat and water. That would probably cause a moratorium on building there, and we're just not ready. I want to see us move away from fossil fuels over time, but we can't do it overnight. Thank you.
Corey Wilker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of Senator Wilson's comments about choice. Councilman French's comments about the single source energy is very dangerous. And Councilman Holt, with the electrical grid, we have that it's premature. We have that testimony from the electrical wireman. It's going to take years to get enough power to do the things that are going to be put into effect next year, and it's going to cause issues. It's very dangerous. So I'm in support of all those comments. Thank you.
Okay, Micah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm in support of some of those comments too, Corey. I do have some concerns, especially about the grid. I know that the individual from SEL, where they do grid specific technologies, indicated that they're having issues or going to have issues as well. So that is some of my concern. I know, and I'm probably going against the grain of actually where I work, because I know in the city of Seattle, we actually have these implemented in our code already. But I do have some concerns, and I do have some questions for Chael on a couple of the written public comments that bring up the minority reports and some of the code changes there. I know that last code cycle, there was a significant discussion on the carbon emissions factor, and it was negotiated a number for the 2018 cycle. And now there's another set number for that specific item. And I'm kind of curious how the tag came up with that and how it affects where we stand with the 2018. And does that actually help, or is it hurting it as a path? I know there's some alternative thinking to changing that number, or even, they're recommending possibly going back to the energy use as the kind of base or metric for this. So some questions there. And of course, the minority report items, I think we should go through a little more thoroughly, at least to ask a few more questions, Chael, but let's start with that one. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah. So the code proposal to move it to 0.44, the electric emissions factor to 0.44 was based on a report by Commerce and the National Renewable Energy Labs that looks at policies in place across the entire Western United States, those that were in place at the time of the study when code proposals were taken, and looks at the grid emissions over the next, I think it's 15 years or 20 years, something like that, long enough that most equipment installed in new buildings will last somewhere between 10, 15, 20 years, depending upon how they're maintained. So those forward-looking emissions based on policies such as Washington's requirement, Clean Energy Transformation Act, that requires more renewable energy towards targets in 2030 and 2045, as well as policies in other states. So that analysis was done by National Renewable Energy Labs and Commerce, and that was where the 0.44 came from. I could talk in more detail about it. But...
No, that's fine. I kind of was asking that. I did read where they were mentioning that the range of their models in that NREL report was pretty broad, and I guess that's kind of my question. How did the tags settle on the 0.44? Was it another compromise between the 0.7 and I think originally it was like a 0.1 for 2018? I can't remember where we started in 2018, but ended up in the 0.7. But again, how was the negotiation, or was there a negotiation for that 0.44? Where did you come up with that number from? That was the recommended number from the report. There's any report has, if you look, cost report, any other kind of report, it always has a range, right? Either that or someone is not being aware that the future is unknown, and even the present is not fully known. So that was the number recommended in the report, and that's the number that the tag went with. There are defensible numbers that are lower than that and defensible numbers that are higher than that. And we can talk about it for a long time, but that's, what the conclusion, the 0.44 puts electricity in a per unit of energy basis roughly around the same area as gas. It's not why it was chosen, but that's the result of the analysis. And so it doesn't preference gas or electricity. Now, one of the other things in the minority report suggests that gas is also decarbonizing in the state. And right now, I think the testimony in the tag was it was at 2% or 3% currently. And what the tag wanted was a legislative mandate that required, just like the Clean Energy Transformation Act, that requires electric utilities to reduce or increase the renewables in their grid mix to 100%. The tag wanted more legislative requirements for the gas pipelines to carry more renewable energy in them, or because that would give us clarity that this is actually going to happen. And that isn't a law currently. So that's why, yeah, at the time the tag met, we didn't include that potential for up to 10% renewable natural gas in the gas pipelines. And then there's many other reasons, such as, if you look at reports like I forget the name of it, but state report on where we're going as a state, renewable natural gas has its highest and best use in transportation. So to the extent that renewable natural gas is produced,
it's lightweight and works potentially well in transportation. More than in buildings, or its highest and best use is potentially there. And I think there was another, oh, and then there's also kind of for the hydrogen part, the hydrogen has degrades gas pipelines. And so over about somewhere between 3 and 8%, it degrades gas pipelines. So it's not like you can just inject 100% hydrogen or 10% hydrogen into the gas pipelines and get there. If you kind of look at what some people have theorized for decades as the hydrogen economy. I'll stop there.
Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make a couple general statements. I think, and I've had the opportunity both from the manufacturing role here, but also from east of the, Cascade Crest, to meet with stakeholders, and I especially appreciate meeting with our local but large utility, who's both power and gas, and to really hear out their concerns on obviously existing infrastructure, existing, capitalization of existing assets. But I think what when I walked away from those types of meetings, it was very clear we're talking about two separate problems here. With this energy code, we're addressing long-term investment on the demand side, and that's really the disconnect with what is going to happen at the generation level, which is already mandated at the generation and distribution level, for their conversion, which is going to happen on a faster time frame. I think that's the really important thing here, that 2025, 2030, 2035 mandates on utilities is faster than what we're talking about when we look at new construction and the longevity of these systems that are being put in place. So just please keep that in mind, that we're talking about how these systems work, at the building scale and at the demand side of the meter. And so I'd advise everyone to keep focused on that. And also, when it comes to issues of fuel, and at the risk of sounding condescending, a hydrogen fuel cell is an electric system. It's just a battery. It could be a lithium battery, it could be a generation, localized generation running on diesel fuel. So again, as we talk about grid capacity now, grid resiliency in the future, which we already know has to be modernized, and as we talk about decentralized systems, microgrids, so forth, we have to look at the trend of where this is going and make sure that our long-term investments at the house, at the meter level is appropriate to where we're going. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Jay Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we hear the feedback about concerns about grid stability and all that, I think that is beyond our mandate. We've been hearing a lot about our mandate, and I think there are other utilities are well aware of the problem, and there are other state boards like the Utilities and Transportation Commission that are charged with managing that particular problem. I have the privilege of serving on Puget Sound Energy's Beyond Net Zero Carbon Advisory Committee, where Puget Sound Energy is committed to reducing their emissions by 30% by 2030 and being net zero by 2045. And as this advisory committee has learned about the challenges that's facing, they are working on them. And it really is a situation where we're talking about a few days a year. When you look at Puget Sound Energy's concerns, it really is, they really do have a system, a grid that can deal with things very reliably 360 days a year. The thing that gets challenging is those 5 where we've got a cold snap. And I think this proposal, where people have incorrectly described it as a natural gas ban, deals with that through the hybrid heat pump, by saying you have that option, that ability for those super cold days or for those super cold climates. And I think those are, I think that we have a path here that we can move forward that isn't the single source that it's being characterized as, but one that meets our efficiency standards, deals with the feedback we've been hearing about concern about climate change, and still delivers reliable home heating and through heat pumps cooling, which is so much of the issue as we are dealing with more fire smoke. And over the past week in the Puget Sound region had the worst air quality in the entire world over the past few days. So I would continue to say, how do we iterate on a version of this that does involve those hybrid heat pumps that have natural gas heating those super cold days? Thank you.
Thank you. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks, everyone. I do agree with some of what Jay was indicating with having the two types of allowance. I think the biggest concern that folks are having is this mandated primary source as being a non-fossil fuel. And even though they do have an option for, secondary possibly to be a fossil fuel, I just don't know if it's worth the cost once you're forced to choose the non-fossil fuel mandated systems. And again, I'm not opposed to where we're going with this. I know we do have the mandate. I mentioned this before, and I think this is the most cost-effective path to get there. But I do understand some of the concerns and just curious as, how the tag got to some of the levels we got. And I do want to verify, and Chell can verify this. You could use some type of fossil fuel appliance as your secondary heat source in the event of like the 5 days that Jay mentioned, you can't, or your heat pump system doesn't function adequately. It doesn't take that really cold ambient air temperature and produce enough heat for you. You can use some other type of source. Could that be fossil fuel as a secondary source, or is that also prohibited? And that's where folks were coming up with this is a gas ban across the board. Speak to that. Thanks.
I think gas ban is good sloganeering, but it's not what the code is saying right now. The code does not a gas ban in option 1. You can use gas for primary heating or secondary heating. You can use gas heat pumps for primary heating. In both options, a gas fireplace is just fine for putting in your home as a source that can be used in the event of electricity issues. So I guess that's a quick answer. The other one is that the heat pumps of 10 years ago couldn't handle temperatures below 10 or 20 degrees, and now cold climate heat pumps, which are incentivized in the code, in the draft code, are 0, -5, -10 degrees. So the reliance on a backup fuel source is much less with a cold climate heat pump than it used to be, but still backup fuels are an option.
Okay, thank you. That kind of answers it. It's just to verify that there is a path to use fossil fuels still, even if it's not the most efficient path in getting or obtaining credits for construction in the residential energy code. I did want to also mention the references to the NEA study that's going to be coming out if it's not already out. I have seen some of that where they indicate that a significant number of builders are already installing electric heat pump and for space heating and water heating. So I think that's already coming into play, even if we kind of mandate it as such in this next energy code. I do think that some additional coordination needs to occur. I know previously we rejected the heat pump water heating space to be provided within a new building, with us requiring the heat pump water heater to be installed. Now you're requiring that space. So this is going to add to the cost. I don't know if the cost data is 100% accurate. I don't know if this is the cheapest route to go. However, it's probably the cheapest route or the most cost-efficient route to get to the 70% reduction. So thanks for the comments and information.
Damon, go ahead.
Thank you. You're correct in that the option to use gas heat is still in the code. However, if you go that route, getting the points required off of table 406 is a significant challenge, and where we're getting into the low-hanging fruit's gone. We're getting into really hybrid stuff in order to comply. Senate Bill 5854 of 2009, which established our 70% goal that's we've been working on for the last 12 years. Nowhere in that bill does it mention carbon. It only mentions reduction or increase in energy efficiency. So to have all of a sudden have a carbon or a fuel normalization table really isn't part of our legislative directive. Nowhere do we give credit for high efficiency tankless water heaters. Once again, I'll use Suncadia as an example, which is primarily vacation homes. They're not occupied during the week. So having a heat pump water heater maintaining water at 120 degrees or better 24 hours a day when nobody's there doesn't make sense. That's why everybody up there goes with the tankless water heater, because they're not being used, and they're certainly more energy efficient when you've got a vacation home. I spoke to a developer this past week who's getting ready to propose a 300-unit hotel on the I-90 corridor in Issaquah. And he noted that on any given day of the week between 6:30 and 7 a.m., he's got 150 people taking a shower all at once. If he's forced to use a heat pump water heater to provide that for everybody rather than a gas boiler that supplies multiple units, it's not going to work, and it's going to be significantly cost prohibitive and probably not functional. If you put a heat pump water heater in conditioned space without ventilation or ventilation to the unit, either incoming or outgoing, you need at least 700 cubic feet for that unit to work properly, and you can drop the temperature in that room as much as 10 degrees. So that goes against our space heating. Finally, I just want clarification. I know that in 2018, we allowed the dual fuel units. When we talk about gas heat pumps, is that what we're referring to? The reason that was allowed was because gas heat at startup was more efficient than electric resistance heat at startup. And any heat pump, when it first fires up, needs to have supplemental heat before the outdoor unit reaches efficiency and starts to supply the heat. So if maybe Cello, if you could confirm that we are talking about the dual fuel units when we say gas heat pumps, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Damon. I guess, Caroline, do you have a more technical answer for that?
Yeah, so a gas-fired heat pump can either be an absorption heat pump. I don't think or a compressor-driven heat pump where it's using heat to drive that cycle. So a gas-fired heat pump is a piece of equipment that has an efficiency greater than 1, similar to an electric heat pump. I think in the current code language, right, or the currently proposed code language for space heating, it requires a heat pump for the primary source. It doesn't specify whether that is electric or gas. So it could be either technology, an electric heat pump or a gas-fired heat pump. And then it allows for supplementary heat, which has no fuel restrictions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, or were you referring to a furnace that has both gas and then a heat pump coil in it?
The dual fuel units can be set up so that that the heat pump is the primary source. It all depends on where the set point is. It's just that startup. Is it going to be electric resistance or gas? It's got to be one or the other. And I think it was Mike Lubliner that showed evidence last code cycle that having gas at startup over electric resistance was considerably more efficient.
Okay, Chell.
Okay. Yeah, so gas is allowed, as it has been said. Responding to legislative intent, legislature did not tell us to phase out 0.040 U value windows, but we require more efficient windows now, and that's our mandate, is just to find those energy savings and get them. And gas combustion and electric resistance are a maximum of 100% efficient, and heat pumps are more efficient than 100%. You know, gas heat pumps are 1.15 or higher, and electric heat pumps are 200 to 300% efficient. So that's why the code is going in that direction, and you know, that, and it is the low cost path to get that. The gas path, as pointed out in the letter from Chuck Murray, has lagged behind the electric path for years, and it's significantly behind that path in terms of energy efficiency. So right now, homes that combust gas for the primary heating are essentially way behind those all electric, or those homes that use electric systems that include heat pumps in them. So in order to get towards our 70% mandate, we need more heat pumps, and we need homes that are not combusting gas without a heat pump gas source there. The cost of living in Washington is not primarily due to energy codes. There's lots and lots and lots of factors out there. Cost has been talked about a lot. The IEW sent a great letter to the governor, and it said, here's why houses cost a lot more money today. And the energy code was not, you know, the top thing. It wasn't even the second most important thing. Zoning code and many other things are the reason why homes cost a lot more now than they did 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And to another point, we've had a significant ramp up in heat pumps. One study said is 90% currently. I think it's probably lower than that. But we also don't have a study showing how many more heat pumps we're installing in homes now. But it is pretty common practice. On a call that I had with Andrea and Carolyn and Lauren, someone suggested there was about 60% right now heat pump use in homes. I think that was Carolyn Logue that suggested that. So they're being used more and more. To the 0.44 factor, PSC wrote a letter and they supported the 0.44 factor. They thought it was appropriate. They had other comments, but just to that specific 0.44 factor, they supported that. And again, fireplaces are just fine as a backup heat source. And in option 1, there's lots of gas options. In option 2, there's fewer gas options, but still a primary gas heat pump is fine. And then lastly, to Jay's point, cooling is important, and we're expecting most homes to have cooling. 2 weeks of wildfire smoke a year is the norm now or more. And so a lot of the cost analysis that shows that the code is more expensive do not assume that air conditioning is being installed. With a heat pump, you get air conditioning automatically. So that's one kind of differentiator when someone shows first costs. And then also the energy code does reduce energy costs. So there is a payback to a lot of the energy code provisions. I feel like that was good, trying to respond to some of the comments that have been made today.
Okay, Representative Vermel.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond a little bit to the concerns about our electric grid. And I have, because I've been working in this policy space, I've had the chance to connect with folks who manage and regulate our energy infrastructure. And I will tell you that I am persuaded from those conversations that as long as what we're talking about is measured and incremental electrification, that there's a pretty clear path for us to be able to meet that growing demand over time. There's a process in place that our utilities have followed for decades to meet demand for all different kinds of growth. And some years that's more than others. And there's different periods where we're building more data centers, and that's a different kind of growth. They have the capacity to do that planning and think out ahead. I will also recognize that not everybody's going to take my word for that, and wonder if it would be helpful to, I think Mr. Arnold brought up the Utilities and Transportation Commission. I found some of those conversations pretty useful I know our public comment period has closed on this. But if it's appropriate, I'd be happy to try and connect folks either through a letter or an invitation to attend in a future meeting to be able to discuss the question of grid reliability. Would be happy to try and get somebody from the Utilities and Transportation Commission to speak to this, if that's useful and appropriate.
Thank you, Representative Vermel. Craig Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 quick points. First of all, the comments I made earlier about the transmission and grid was driven by testimony from the IBEW, and they are indicating they don't have people. They're saying they have a workforce development problem, and that the development of a substation is upwards of 10 years between environmental impact studies, permits, and different things like that. So this is not a short-term fix. It doesn't matter what Puget Sound Energy says. If they don't have people that can install it, you will not have the grid support you need. And right now, we're seeing Eastern Washington, PSE has given notice to builders that they don't have it. So that's that. The other thing I have is a cautionary tale, because I'm in love with my electric heat pump. And I think it's the way to go. After 40 years with a fuel oil furnace, it finally burned up, and I consulted with some good friends in the mechanical world, and they installed an electrical heat pump. First cost was about $8,000. 2 years later, the compressor went out during the coldest part of the winter, during that deep snowstorm. And so we didn't notice it until we got our first electrical bill. It was almost double. And so then we call in the guys, and they look at it and said, your compressor, it took them 2 months to get another compressor. So now I'm paying high electrical bills for 2 months. And then 2 years later, this past year, it went out again. And my sound just went out.
We can still hear you, Craig.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Craig.
Okay, my AirPods just went out. You guys exhausted me. So the second compressor went out this spring, and it cost me. So the first one cost me $4,000. The second one went out this year, and they sent me a bill for $5,000. Took 4 months to get it because of supply chain issues. So I just want to make sure that those kind of costs are included in the cost budget analysis as we analyze the cost of heat pumps. I will say that we love our heat pump. We love air conditioning. The downside for us is it never gets as warm as our old fuel oil did. So we have to supplement that during the cold days with wood burning stove. So I really love the heat pump. I think the cautionary tale about the IBEW is a concern that needs to be addressed. And I think what Representative Rommel said was incremental. And let's not rush into this and leave the options open until we do have a significant power grid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further deliberation? Senator Wilson, go ahead.
Sorry, my hand went down somehow. Yeah, I just wanted to go into the RCW that addresses this. It says that the council, if the council determines the economic, technological, or process factors would significantly impede adoption or of a compliance with this subsection, the council may defer the implementation of the proposed energy code update and shall report its findings to the legislature by December 31st of that year. So I think there are several things here that we're concerned about, right? And many of them are real world problems. They're real world issues that may or may not be able to be addressed prior to this going into effect. So you have the grid issues. I have heard of, I mean, if you talk to the gas companies, you have to listen to their point of view as well. And so we are being constantly told that there may be issues with blackouts and brownouts if once, you know, this gas is not allowed to be used. We have supply chain issues. We have to address those. And then again, earlier, workforce issues are a big issue across the country right now. I don't know when that's going to be fixed. We have a recession coming. We'll have less people coming on with or losing their jobs. So you can easily defer this for another year or 2 or 3. It depends. I mean, this says till 2031, and it's supposed to be incrementally moving. We don't need to be doing such a large move here today. because I don't think we want people to fail, right? We don't want to set up our housing industry to fail. If they can't meet the points that you're putting out here today, as well as all of the costs that are involved and basically increasing the cost of all housing because of these mandates, then we have to be considering that. There's a whole lot of public comment. In fact, I'd like to point out that there was 124 supporting and 152 opposing, oral 101 supporting, 38 opposing, and form letters, there were 1,584 form letters opposing this particular code. So anyway, I just think that we need to consider all of this. We do not need to be doing this today. We can limit this and move on and address this at a later date, particularly since the legislature has not told us we could. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Damon Doyle.
Thank you. I kind of withheld other comments knowing that gas was the elephant in the room. Clearly the Energy Code tag knew that as well by putting forth 2 different Table 406s that, this was going to be a robust discussion. And I anticipate at our next meeting when we, vote to see what we move forward, it will still be. There are a few other things in the energy front. And I come at this from 2 angles. One as a builder who has to comply with these rules, and 2 as a building science consultant that helps other builders figure out how to comply and how to be energy efficient. It's interesting that this particular screen is up. The second most high priority to me would be the ERI proposal. With the recent rollout of the Inflation Reduction Act, 45L tax credits have really grown. And to get any compliance for these rebates that are available to builders, they will typically need to use REMRate, which is ResNet's home energy modeling software, to achieve a particular HERS score. Back in 2009, Chuck Murray put together a group of stakeholders, myself included, and a few other builders, as well as most of the members of WSU Energy Team. And we discussed getting an ERI proposal in there. And we were assured that a performance path would be available to builders at an upcoming code cycle. Well, that was 2009, and here we are 4 or 5 cycles later and still do not have it. IECC adopted the performance path through ERI back in 2018. It's in there. We instead did something for the passive house group, which is 30 to 40 homes a year, and did nothing for the people that are HERS rating their homes. One of the advantages of going to the performance base is it helps builders understand why they're doing what they're doing rather than simply chasing points. So this is something I've been pushing for over a decade and would really like to see consideration of WSU's proposal. I think it was number 97 to include an ERI component so that people can not only comply with code, but also have a potential to get rebates. A few other things that I hope to address at the next meeting when we focus strictly on energy code is moving the air handler and the water heating into conditioned space. There's some real issues with that. And I'd like to see some reconsideration on that as well. So I just want to throw that out as a big overview. I will try to put some of my thoughts on paper and get it out to the council so you can kind of see my angle and I don't have to repeat myself. And hopefully we can get a better code out to the public. Thanks.
Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry to jump in again. I did want to tag kind of onto what Damon mentioned about training and information. And Shell may mention this too, but I know that the code officials are in very big support of hopefully getting some legislation passed that will provide some funding or greater funding for energy code training. The Washington Association of Building Officials has an energy code task force right now that is looking at options that can be done to increase training, increase understanding of these complex issues and complex code, how to enforce it, how to interpret it, how to apply it to plan review, things like that. Because there is a very limited amount of training on this, and it is very complex. And some of those organizations are going out to third party to get this reviewed, specialists. And so hopefully some of the ex officio members on here today can take up that mantle and look at getting funding. So not only do we have a code that we can use, but we can also enforce it, interpret it, and enforce it. And code users can understand, like Damon mentioned, the why instead of just the what we have to do is why we're doing this and what makes it function and how do we apply that to our project. So thank you.
Joel, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to respond to a couple things. This is incremental, what we're doing in this cycle. We have 60-ish% heat pumps, and it's somewhere probably in that range right now. And this gets us higher than that. So it's not going 0 to 60 or 0 to 100. It's going somewhere in the middle to somewhere higher than that. So this is not a gas ban, it is incremental. The tag didn't actually put forth 2 R406s, the council did that. The tag put forth 1 R406 table, and the council thought it wise to put out 2 options for the public to comment on. And we have comments in support of both. And we can talk about that more later. The ERI crosswalk, I was in support of the ERI. My point of opposition for the ERI was that the baseline was unfortunate, but that was one technical reason, the significant technical reason why I was against it. And the tag did vote it down. I am happy to see that come back. I think it's probably a good path, and I'm happy to work with you, Damon, on that. And then I saw a crosswalk between the Inflation Reduction Act and the Energy Code that is being proposed right now. And it appears under option 1 and option 2 that there's very reasonable paths to get to the $2,500 under that, plus there would be additional money for heat pumps. So there's dollars available. It appears, but of course every builder has to do their own table to see how they would get that money. But I'm open to that. I just yeah, so I'm happy to work with you, Damon, on trying to get a reasonable version of that. And if we want the NV committee to look at that between now and our next council meeting, we could probably do something like that as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could respond briefly.
Go ahead, Damon.
Chell, I appreciate that. And I think it's pretty clear that if when the new code comes out, most buildings would probably apply for a lot of these rebates. However, just saying that you comply to the Washington State Energy Code is not going to be enough evidence. One of the things they look for is, 90% has to be shell related, building shell, and the 10% in equipment. So there's things you're going to have to do a REM rate modeling. And if you're doing that, if we can come up with a number that says, hey, if you hit this number, and of course that also requires a third-party inspection, so kind of addresses some of the things that Mike had mentioned. HERS rater is going to have to go out at installation and at final. They've got to run every piece of equipment through the RE database and HVI database. These guys have a 10% QA rate, and it means every 10 houses, they have the head of the program comes out and does another rating on the project. They also have to carry E&O insurance, because they make a mistake, unlike a building official or a building inspector, they can be held liable. So I'd really like to see something in that, and I'll try to put my thoughts together prior to the next meeting.
Representative Ramel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on Micah's comment about education, just wanted folks to know that have advocated for that education through the WSU Energy Extension. But I'm very open to hearing about if there are gaps or missing pieces, or if it's just insufficient. So Micah or others would love to follow up with you on that offline.
Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. Following up on a couple points, yeah, I think there is always been a challenge when we're trying to do prescriptive bundles of grounded performance-based analysis, right? But I think, Damon, you're dead on, and I really support your perspective that we also have to make it easy to have performance-based approaches. It's critical. I think it's an and here, but I absolutely want to support that we need that and soon. And I want to put in another perspective from the manufacturing standpoint. I was testing some of my thoughts this morning, preparing for the meeting with an expert at a national home builder that I trust. And as we see some of those larger home builders moving into more and more manufacturing, and this is cyclical, right? We already see a move towards electrification, right? Because it is hard to put gas in prefabricated walls and modules and so forth. So that's just a kind of a side note there. That's not necessarily justification for any of this. We're already seeing that, is my point. The second thing is when we have those repetitive or mass customized designs that are prefabricated, we need that pathway, that performance pathway, because those builders are already going to amortize those types of performance-based designs over their product lines. So I want to reinforce some of that and encourage that in the future we do exactly as Damien's saying. And Damien, I appreciate your perspective and all of your work you do in the building science world on those efforts. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on the residential energy code? Okay, excellent. That concludes the deliberation. And if you would, will you please pull the agenda back up? I lost mine on this end. My apologies. Okay, thank you. That brings us to agenda item number 6, which is request for reconsideration, Washington Public Utility Districts Association. Stoyan, would you like to lead us off on this?
Yes, I will spend 30 seconds, and Nicholas is here, so he can introduce his request. But we had his request this summer, I think in June. The council voted no because it wasn't the right time. At that time, the proposal wasn't filed yet, so we didn't have any proposal to reconsider. So after we filed the proposal, the CR 103, Nicholas resubmitted his request. So he's here. He can briefly introduce his request, and I can share whatever document the council members want me to share. We have his request, and we have PNNL response to his request for consideration, because PNNL developed the final cost benefit analysis for the proposal in question. And I have 3 or 4 other documents that I'm willing to share on the screen.
Okay. Not seen. Is Nicholas on?
Yeah, Nicholas is here.
Is it time for me to talk?
Yes, go ahead, Nicholas.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking for the name and I didn't see it up there. My apologies.
I'm in the meeting room, so
I'm a little slow. I'm just now picking up on that. My apologies. So go ahead.
No worries. So good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon, council members. I am the policy director at the Washington Public Utility Districts Association, also known as WPUDA. We appreciate the opportunity to petition the council in the matter of the recently adopted on-site renewable energy mandate for large commercial buildings. But for a little context, public utility districts provide nearly 40% of the retail electricity delivered to customers in Washington. I will explain our petition in 4 steps, but I also want to just at the outset thank your staff. They've been very helpful in helping us navigate this process, which is not exactly clear. But anyway, so thank you to Stoyan and his staff for helping with our petition. So first point, WPUDA has no position on whether it is appropriate to mandate that commercial buildings install solar generation systems. We have repeated this in our petition. our letters to the council and our verbal communications with council staff. We acknowledge that it is up to this council to determine whether an on-site renewable generation mandate for large commercial buildings is in the best interest of the public. Second, and however, WPUTA fervently holds that public mandates must be supported by reasonably accurate economic analysis that reflects the best available information. Unfortunately, the analysis available to the council in support of this particular mandate has serious flaws that systematically understate costs and overstate benefits. These flaws will frustrate citizens who expect the financial outcomes promised in council documents. Third, frustrated customers will come first to public utility districts when these flaws are exposed due to our well-established relationships. This is why WPUTA repeatedly identified the errors, data omissions, and procedural flaws in our letters and verbal testimony. We had expected the council would acknowledge our comments and make appropriate corrections, especially since they were sourced from very highly regarded entities, such as the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the Bonneville Power Administration, the Washington State Department of Commerce, the Northwest Power and Conservation Council, and even this council's own electric code. One example, the analysis presented to the council asserts that commercial customers will save 9.2 cents for each kilowatt hour of solar production. This figure is wrong. It significantly overstates the benefits most commercial customers will receive. WPUTA provided to the council a list of commercial electric rates for 49 electric utilities that were current as of August 2021. The weighted average of these commercial rates is approximately 6.4 cents per kilowatt hour, or about 30% less than the figure used in your analysis. And WPUTA is not alone in expecting lower commercial electric rates. The Washington State Energy Office, a division of the State Department of Commerce, contracted with the consulting firm E3 to assess the financial impact of fuel conversion to consumer-owned utilities and their customers. That report, which was released in May of this year, used actual commercial rates, which range from 4.28 cents per kilowatt hour to 7 cents a kilowatt hour, almost 40% less than the number used in this analysis. By the way, we think E3's analytic approach is a good model for future council economic analysis. Finally, and unfortunately, by ignoring the economic information WPUTA provided, the council, we believe, is afoul of Washington's Administrative Procedures Act. RCW 3405-325 sub 6 specifically requires agencies issuing new rules to summarize public comments and state how the final rules reflect consideration of comments or why they failed to do so. We see no explanation in any of the council documents for why the economic analysis used 9.2 cents per kilowatt hour, a synthetic and non-representative figure that inaccurately calculates customer benefits over actual commercial electric rates as WPUTA requested. So throughout this rulemaking process, WPUTA's singular objective was to assure our customers and indeed all state citizens that the actions they are mandated to take will actually produce the asserted outcomes and benefits. That is why we work so hard to provide accurate and reliable information. Our petition continues these efforts because our comments were ignored. We ask you to repeal the solar mandate and complete an accurate and unbiased economic analysis, one that incorporates the information we provided or provides contradictory data from other credible sources. We believe that with a properly prepared economic analysis that uses the best available information, the council can then make an informed decision about whether on-site renewable generation mandate for large commercial buildings is in the best interest of the state. Thank you. I'm available to answer your questions.
and again, for the council members, we have the PNNL original cost effectiveness memo, which is, the preliminary cost benefit analysis. We have the PNNL response, and we have 3 letters submitted in a position of the request. So whatever you need, I can show it on the screen. Just let me know.
Okay, and Stoyan, just for a clarification for council members, what is the council action on this today?
The council action is to accept the petition or reject the petition, and I will ask Dave Merchant if he can provide a better legal explanation than what I'm saying right now.
Okay, Stoyan, can you pull up the application that you had up just a little bit earlier, explaining what you wanted repealed?
Is it the one you're asking for?
Yeah, right there. Okay. Okay, scroll up a little more. I'm sorry. It might be all the way to the top. Is this the? Oh, okay, got it.
So if the petition is submitted, the council has 60 days.
Understood. Okay, and when was the data submittal on this?
It's less than 60 days. It was, I don't have the exact date. I think about a week ago, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Okay, with that, we'll open it up for council comment at this time. And if there, Roger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. I understand the proposal is to repeal the particular requirement. Sorry, my words are escaping me. Because the cost benefit analysis was not done properly. I believe that that's what I'm hearing. Is there any way we can pull up the requirement, the specific section that's being asked to, so we know for sure what we're talking about removing?
If you can give me a few seconds, I can try to.
Sure.
Krista, do you have the handy?
C411.1.
And that's the last of my, I just want to see exactly what the section is that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Well, you're working on that, Stoyan. Jill, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I just forgot what I was going to say. Let me collect my thoughts again.
Okay.
I was mentally moving to the section of the code.
Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. It's going through the some of the letters. I found the PNNL 10/18/2022 letter quite convincing, but I need some help from other council members or other experts on, the part. I found it interesting that the original analysis did not account for the social cost of carbon, and that only improves the cost effectiveness. Can anyone comment on that? That's more of an expert in this field.
I remember what I was going to say, which is that the proponents for energy code proposals are supposed to fill out a life cycle cost tool that has costs baked into it already. And the cost for electricity is already part of the tool. And so proponents are supposed to use those numbers for electricity. And so those are the numbers that were used in the original proposal, is my recollection.
Mr. Chair, Nicholas wants to respond to that.
Okay, Nicholas, go ahead.
So I cannot comment on the format or the form that the council uses to accept proposed changes to the code. All I'm commenting on is what utility rates really are and what benefits really will flow to our customers. And 9.2 cents is far above the vast majority of utilities commercial rates in Washington state. And so asserting, as this does, that customers will see that level of compensation by per kilowatt hour of production is erroneous. And what we're looking for is a correct accounting for what benefits will flow to customers. That's the only thing we're looking for. I cannot comment on your form, but if it says that 9.2 cents is the number to use, then that number is wrong. Then the form is wrong.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. Micah, go ahead.
Nicholas, could you tell us again what you believe the correct number is? I'm not picking that up in your letter. Maybe I'm missing that.
So I think that the best way to approach this is a way similar to how E3 approached its analysis, which looked at individual utility commercial electric rates. But if you need, because of that this is a statewide proposal, a statewide number, then we would assert the weighted average of the rate for electricity paid by commercial customers in this state should be used. We have done a preliminary analysis, a weighted analysis, basically by utility rates and the amount of commercial load that each utility has, and that's 6.4 cents. But we are not necessarily wedded to that number. We could be convinced that a different number is appropriate as long as it reflects what actual utility rates are, and therefore the actual benefits that will flow to customers.
And for the council members, I have the PNL response to that, and I have also available, again, I can put on the screen the petition, so you can compare what the information is.
Okay, Micah, do you have anything further on that?
I'm processing. I think I kind. So, Shell, if you've got something to add, go for it. I'm thinking about the numbers and the differences, and if we're talking a 30% difference here in numbers, does that correspond to a 30% difference in payback time on this system? Again, I'm kind of processing through the numbers. Thanks. So, Shell, go ahead.
Yeah, just going back to the tag. So these same concerns were brought up in the tag, and the tag didn't choose to change the proposal based on the comments. I personally felt that there's some validity to the cost delta between what proponents are supposed to use and what Nicholas Garcia brought up. But nonetheless, the tag did not choose to change the proposal, and in fact voted it forward, even with the comments that were brought up in the tag process. And the code proposals for the commercial code are not required to be cost effective. They are not required to be cost effective. So if this is just about changing the number, the cost number for electricity, even if it changed the proposal, that wouldn't mean that it was not a valid proposal from the perspective of it being cost effective or not. And I guess for Nicholas, did you have a chance to see the PNNL letter or the Washington Solar Energy Industries Association letters, and do you have I guess, responses for that, because, you know, they're kind of going point by point through your letter and saying, here's why, you know, here's reasons why the original proposal was valid, and here's, you know, looking at your what you're suggesting. So I guess in total, what I'm saying is, even if the numbers could have been changed and better electricity numbers could have been come up with, that testimony was presented, and the tag still moved forward with the proposals, and the code council still moved forward with the proposals, just even with that evidence being presented. So I don't know that it changes anything, but just for kind of information purposes, I'm interested in how you see the two letters that were sent, the Washington Solar Industry Association and the Pacific National Labs letter.
So is it appropriate for me to respond?
I'm hoping you.
Yes, please do.
Okay. So first of all, I'm no lawyer, and I want to be clear about that. But when I read RCW 3405-328, it basically says that regulatory agencies, including the State Building Code Council, when they issue a rule, have to demonstrate that with reasonable certainty, and I'm not using the right words, I know that the probable benefits exceed the probable costs. I have no idea whether the probable benefits exceed the probable costs in this particular instance, and we are not asserting that they do or they don't. What we're asserting is we don't know what the probable benefits are, because the numbers being used are absolutely wrong. Now, with regard to your question about having reviewed the two letters, I have not reviewed that from the State Solar Association, but I have looked over that from PNNL, and that's the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. And the one thing that really strikes me in their letter and in their analysis is that they rely on a calculation of utility customer benefits that is simply not accurate. What they've done is they look back at the total revenue that utilities earn from commercial customers in 2021, I believe, and they divide that by the total amount of electricity delivered to commercial customers, and they come up with this rate of 9.2 cents. But the problem with that analysis is that utility rates have multiple components. Or I should rephrase that, utility tariffs have multiple components. They have a fixed portion. Just think about your own utility bill. You pay, depending upon where you are, anywhere from $7 to $50 a month just for being hooked up to the electric grid. And then you pay a per unit basis for electricity. The same is true for commercial customers. There's a certain amount of cost that will not change as a result of changing the amount of electricity you consume. Second of all, most commercial customers also face demand charges, and demand charges are based upon the highest use of electricity in any given month. And if the highest use of electricity does not correspond with the production of electricity from this resource, then your demand charges also won't be changed. An example might be a school. If this is on a school, then that is not open in the summertime or has limited use in the summertime, the amount of savings in the summertime will be relatively small. The wintertime load is going to be mostly in the morning, and there's not going to be a lot of a lot of demand savings there. Alternatively, if this is a cold storage unit that needs all the electricity it can get during the middle of a really hot day with the sun beating down, they could save a lot. So there's not an absolute right answer here. It depends upon your particular facility. But just in general, the way they estimate the amount of revenue that a company would save, a building owner would save by installing this, ignores fixed cost demand charges, and that's wrong.
Thanks, Nicholas, for responding to that. The cost effectiveness for the commercial code is RCW 1927A.025. So, and I guess I'll just stand in my initial position, which is that, you know, your testimony was heard during the tag, and that just because the tag didn't vote the way you maybe hope they did, doesn't mean that your testimony wasn't considered.
Jay
And
Arnold.
if I could respond to that, then
We're gonna move on to more council comment at this time. Thank you, Nicholas. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In considering a motion for reconsideration, the bar for this council has got to be pretty high, that we made really that we made an error versus that we didn't follow a policy choice that an advocate wanted to, or had a had some imprecision in our consideration. I did a couple of checks to see what I could find about electricity rates. One from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Seattle, Tacoma, Bellevue area, and found electricity in the 9 to 11 cent range in those statistics. I also looked at Puget Sound Energy's current commercial rates, and they are in the 9.1 to 9.4 as of October 2nd. So both of these things are well within the ballpark of what PNNL had in their cost benefit analysis. And as they note in their rebuttal, yes, the Waputa area has the advantage of some very low rates, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there was an error in some of the assumptions made, or that those low rates apply elsewhere in the state. So I don't see anything here that says is worthy of an error to the degree that we made decisions based on a bad assumption. At best, I see some imprecision here, and as Chell said, we have larger goals around our efficiency mandates that I believe we've met. So I don't see any need to reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Micah?
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Nicholas, for bringing this back around. I've been looking through the RCW you mentioned in your letter 3405328, and obviously you're correct. It does say that we must determine the probable benefits are greater than probable costs. However, it does not say we can't adopt it. And when you read the next subsection E, it says, determine after considering alternative version of the rule and the analysis under the subsections that the rule being adopted as the least burdensome alternative. Again, I think that's where we're going to fall back on some of this. Your indication that the number 9.2 is wrong, and you said 6.7. So even if we fall in the middle, I think your argument is that this is going to be more costly than it will provide benefit. However, there's nothing in that RCW that says we cannot adopt it still. It just continues to provide information, again, where I stated that if it's the least burdensome alternative, that we can still adopt it. And I think that's what we're looking at here. Again, we're trying to achieve that 70% reduction as legislatively mandated, and how we get there is to provide the least burdensome alternatives. And I think that's one of these here. So that's kind of my argument is, I think we need to take the other RCWs and the RCW that Shale mentioned into account when we're looking at this, and not just pull the individual subsections. And hopefully I don't do that, and I'm going to try not to in the future. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Carolyn, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think, in my experience, there's a lot of ways to do a cost effectiveness analysis, and we, for this council, have an agreed upon methodology, but other methodologies are permitted. So I think across all types of energy efficiency and renewable measures, as you rightfully pointed out, there's many, many different utility rates in our state that apply to different building sizes, different peak loads. And so the process of arriving at an average value could really differ by stakeholder. And so it seems like maybe that's part of the thinking that's going on here. And there could be outliers, but I think the process we've laid out works quite well across, again, our task, which is a really broad swath of different measures to evaluate. So I think that said, just part of the petition making an argument that the analysis is fundamentally flawed, I think is a bit of a aggressive way to look at the analysis. So those are some of my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Carolyn. Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess if, I guess another suggestion in the letter is that the comments were not appropriately responded to according to the Administrative Procedures Act. I'm wondering if that's correct, and if so, is there a remedy for appropriately responding to the comments so that we are on the correct side of the Administrative Procedures Act?
Is that a question? I'm sorry, Jill. Is that a question to staff?
Yeah, that's a question for staff. Or Dave Merchant, if in fact we believe we
are, I can set the bar and then staff
Okay,
can
thank you.
go into more details about what was done, because that's really not, where my knowledge would lie. The bar is actually fairly gray. The idea is that the requirement is that the decision-making body receive comments and consider them. And the response would be the proof of, hey, we received them and we considered them, we agree, disagree, taking them under advisement, they are being thrown into the mix. Really, the flip side of that is if it can be shown that they were not considered or ignored, particularly for a nefarious reason, that they were not considered or ignored, that would be the flip side of that proof. But exactly what does it mean to consider? That's going to be a case-by-case basis. As several people have pointed out, there's no requirement that you follow, believe, not follow, anything like that, just that they are considered.
Okay, staff, do you have anything to add?
We have our response in our concise explanatory statement. It's posted on the website, and I was looking for this specific one, and I keep looking for it. So, oh, okay. Okay. I think it's page 11. Yeah, but I want to show it for the council members. I think it's on page 11. Give me a few more seconds. There it is. Okay, here is the response.
Okay, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it sounds like it appears to me that we met as a council, our requirements from what I just heard.
So can I respond to that, Nicholas Garcia?
Give me 1 second here. I'm leaning towards closing the debate just because of the amount of conversation we've had on this, and we're starting to kind of repeat a little bit, I think, what we've already heard. There is a checkbox on the agenda that I need to allow public comment for this. And so I'd like to allow public comment and then close the debate, and then have council take whatever action they deem appropriate. So at this time, we're going to go to public comment. I see one hand raised, Jim Lazar.
Thank you. I think I'm in the room. Am I being heard?
You are. Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks very much. I submitted a fairly extensive comment, and I won't go through all of that by any means orally. You have that before you. I'm one of the preeminent electric utility economists in the state. I've written books and papers and given expert testimony on how to do cost effectiveness analysis. I'm an author of a couple of the state statutes that address this. The issue that Mr. Garcia has raised is suggesting that instead of using the entire commercial rate, that you use a portion of the commercial rate, the energy charge. They exclude, his submission excludes the demand charges. There's a national manual on how to do these kinds of studies. And PNNL referenced that manual in one of their footnotes. On page 4.17 of that 60-some page manual, it says you should use the average commercial electricity rate as reported to the Energy Information Administration. That's the 9.2 cents. I just did a quick look at my own database, and for Seattle, Tacoma, Snohomish County, where vast majority of these large commercial buildings are being built, the average commercial rate is above that 9.2 cents. And yes, it is lower in Chelan County and some of the other communities. But the national average gives us a good measure. Most important, all of our energy codes have been based on retail rates. I first participated in the 1979 energy code process. And at that time, the wholesale market prices for electricity from new coal and nuclear plants were 3 or 4 times as high as the 2-cent retail rates in effect in the state at that time. And we actually discussed with the council using marginal costs, not retail rates. And the council declined to do that for the same reason you should decline to do it. The retail rates are the best indicator of what the owner of the building or whoever is paying the electric bill for the building, in case of a triple net lease, what the person paying the electric bill is going to save. There, really kind of 3 choices: use retail rates, or there's a provision in RCW 8052, which applies to the PUDs, that defines system costs, which include quantifiable environmental costs.
Jim, I have 2 more public comments on this. Can we wrap this up and get to the?
I'll wrap up.
Very pointed. Thank you, Jim.
20 seconds. The WAPUDA petition is flawed. It should be not denied for cause. The cause should be that retail rates and the PNNL study are a reasonable basis for adopting the rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Gavin, please keep your comments pointed and brief.
Thank you, Council Chair. Gavin Tenold, representing Washington Solar Energy Industries Association. I was a member of the TAG, and I'd like to direct your attention to our response to this deeply flawed petition before you. We have gone through the effort of digging through the record of the TAG's consideration of Mr. Garcia's case, which he began a little over 1.5 years ago. And I think that this does, in a way, demonstrate the value of the TAG to the council. We have heard these cases made as a TAG, and there is just no evidence to suggest that electricity from these very small solar arrays will find their way out onto the grid. Therefore, the retail rate is the correct rate. We have looked at Mr. Garcia's concerns about the Bonneville Power Administration, and it is reasonable to conclude that very little large solar arrays, buildings large enough to exceed the requirement that BPA puts in will be put out there in the Waputa territory. Therefore, the cost that he brings up is marginal. It is Wasia's encouragement of council to dismiss this for cause. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gavin. George Can. Please keep your comments pointed and brief.
Okay, thank you. So I'm George Kahn, I'm with the Washington PD Association, and I'm not here to relitigate the conversation that Nicholas made, but I did have a comment, and it's a question, but if you don't wish to respond, that would be fine with me. The question I have is, I heard during the debate that even if the case that it was not cost effective was made, even if that case was made and agreed to, the council could still adopt the rule, even though they've taken that consideration. So that's what I heard, that even if something is not cost effective, the council still has the discretion to adopt it. And the only reason they need cost effective information is to take it under consideration. So that is what I heard. If you want to respond, that's fine. I just wanted to put that on the record to clarify something that I heard that was very concerning to me. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Please keep it brief and pointed. Raul Athalia, I might have gotten that wrong. I apologize.
Thank you.
Try that again, Raul.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Keep it pointed and brief.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my name is Rahul Atley. I'm with Noresco. I put together this proposal together with Mark Frankel at Ecotope and support from others. And I also did the cost effectiveness analysis. And my analysis agrees with the one that PNNL has performed. I'm also the lead author on the PV and battery report that was used to enact the California PV and battery requirements, which went into Title 24 this cycle. And I'm in support of the numbers and the assumptions that are used both on the incremental cost side as well as on the the utility rates that were assumed. So I'm in support of the analysis, and I think the requirement should stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we need council action to accept or reject the proposal in front of us. Jay Arnold, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we reject the motion for reconsideration.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
I'll second.
Okay, Katie was the second, is that correct?
right. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further conversation on this? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any against?
Aye.
Is that Damon?
Yes, somebody else as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Al French.
My apologies there. Probably should have done a roll call. Al French,
all right.
Damon Doyle as no votes,
And Craig Holt.
and Craig Holt. All right, sorry. Let's go ahead and do a roll call. That way we get this right. My apologies. That's on me.
Shell Anderson,
Aye.
Jay Arnold,
Aye.
Todd Byerther,
Aye.
Micah Chappelle,
Aye.
Damon Doyle,
Nay.
Al French,
Nay.
Bob Hamlin,
Aye.
Roger Haringa,
Aye.
Craig Holt,
Nay.
Pete Reiki,
Aye.
Katie Sheehan, aye. Carolyn Trout,
Aye.
Cory Wilker.
Nay.
Passes 9-4.
Okay, motion carries 9-4. Thank you. With that, we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 2:15, and then we'll continue on with our agenda. Thank you. All this meeting back to order. Let's please do a roll call.
Tony Doan,
Here.
Joe Anderson,
Here.
Jay Arnold,
Here.
Todd Bayworther,
Here.
Micah Chappelle,
Here.
Damon Doyle,
Here.
Al French,
Here.
Bob Hamlin,
Here.
Roger Haringa,
Here.
Craig Holt,
Here.
Pete Reiki,
Here.
Katie Sheehan,
Here.
Carolyn Trout,
Here.
Cory Wilker.
Here.
Then we have Representative Larry Hoff, Senator John Levick,
Here.
Representative Alex Ramel, Senator Linda Wilson, Lauren Laffer,
Here.
and our Assistant Attorney General, Dave Merchant.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move to agenda item number 7, which is the 2021 Washington Code implementation date vote by council. What I'd like to do is open it up for council discussion on council members first. Then I'll open it up to public comment. I would like to limit the public comment. I may have to put a time limit on that depending on how many people show up to testify on that. So that is a possibility depending on how many hands we get raised in the attendees list. So we'll start with council comment, and Micah, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. This is continuing the discussion we had from last meeting on the production of documents and usable items for the end user of what we are adopting. Storian sent an item last night that indicated this is a WABO request. This is not a WABO request. This is a code official request. If you look at RCW 192750, cities and counties are required to enforce this code. That's the code officials. They're the ones speaking out to you saying we need a complete document to provide our customers and to use to enforce on those customers. That's the request. Last cycle, Washington custom codes were produced. This cycle, the director came to a WABO meeting and indicated that insert pages would not be produced and a custom code would not be produced. That a PDF with the changes would be produced. I kind of did an analogy thinking about this. That would be like, hey, I've got this awesome recipe in a cookbook, but to get the important parts of it specific to the state of Washington, say I'm doing an apple pie, and the state's going to require that you use Washington apples and honey. But you don't know that unless you go to another location and pull another document to find that specification. That's burdensome. It's not user-friendly. It's not the type of product that the State Building Code Council should be putting out. So that's the request, is to produce an actual usable end-user document of what we adopt, just like we did previously, and to not go backwards in what we provide the constituents that we serve on this council. Now, with that, we're going to discuss an implementation date, and I would like to make a motion that date be November 1st, 2023 for implementation. It would not modify our current adoption date. Again, it would only modify the implementation date. This timeline is based on the information we've received from the last code cycle, where we went through the process with ICC and SBCC to assist in producing the Washington Custom Codes, which took about 9 months. That's it.
I'll second the motion.
Who was the second?
Al French.
Commissioner French.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I would like to open it up to council members to discuss at this time. I'm a little bit, I don't know how we want to handle public comment on this with a motion on the table. Just from a Robert's rules, am I allowed to go to public comment with a motion on the table?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, so the motion on the table does allow you to open up for public comment. You can take either public comment before or after you take testimony from the committee members. But yeah, you can take testimony. In fact, you're actually required to take testimony on a new motion.
Okay, thank you. I'll appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to council discussion at this time, with keeping in mind that we do have a motion on the table. Go ahead, Chow.
Yeah, I'm going to speak against the motion. I've had, Mike and I have talked a bit, and I've also talked to Styon about this, and I've also, listened to the public testimony that we had last time, and I think the code council should produce insert pages like we did last time. And the WAC, as we're required to do under the law. But that this, last time, my understanding is that Richard helped produce this code book kind of out of the goodness of his heart, but that it has several challenges in it that that continue to surface today when people buy the code book and it's not correct. The fallout from that comes to council staff, and I think that we heard that insert pages are popular. The code would be great, and I would love to turn this into a discussion about what we do next cycle, because I think we encounter challenges every cycle and need to figure out what we can do better. I don't think that delaying the code is necessarily going to help. I have yet to see a plan of hours of staff involvement, points of staff involvement, and how this all gets done, and that is guaranteed to get done in time for November 1st or some other date. So I haven't seen the plan. I haven't seen the contracts. I haven't seen anything that would lead me to believe that this is a robust path that is so much of an emergency that we need to delay the implementation date that's on the CR 102 that were sent out.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Damon, go ahead.
Thank you. They often say that ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? And we all know how big the code book is. So anything that can help us help the users, not just building inspectors and officials, but certainly builders, better navigate what we put out is great. So I mean, I'm really in favor of both the inserts and an integrated code. I'd like to know from staff what the timeline is and what the challenges are to doing the integrated code.
Do you want me to answer now, or I can wait everybody and then?
Stoyan, go ahead. Let's go ahead and get the question answered.
Well, last night I sent the council members and I apologize, it was too late and I didn't have the time to finalize it. I had the draft before, but this Word document has the council schedule. It has some pros and cons, it has some options. Publishing code is not part of our schedule. And I had a conversation with Micah too. I don't know why he surprises me always, but it's not that staff is against publishing a code. It's just staff is against publishing it now as a fire drill. If WAWO can help with publishing, we will do our best to help WAWO, but involving the council staff and the council members taking responsibility for this product, I can't say I am against it, but since I'm the person doing the work, it will be very, very difficult. And even November 1st is not achievable date. So in the schedule, if we add this, code publishing in our schedule, we have to prioritize. We have to, take off something else. And I want you to remember that we did the schedule, we developed the schedule, and you approved it with what we had in mind. It was 6 people working on it, and most of the time we were 3. And thanks to Dustin, who was supposed to be on training now, but he jumped in and he helped a lot. So we are succeeding with the schedule, and now adding something else to the council staff, that will be a little bit too much. And again, I'm not against it. Even I will agree to help WAWO in my personal time, but dumping this to the council staff, that's not okay. I already told you that my intent was to work with the council members and discuss some options for 2024. And it's just reorganizing the process and finding the best way of develop the code and publish the code. It will take a few months, and now we want to jump into developing code directly. I don't know how it's going to happen.
Stoyan,
Yes, sir.
What's the timeline on the insert pages if you did insert pages as SBCC staff?
I can show you what I have, so you'll be able to look at it when I speak. So here is very rough schedule, and for the insert. So our job first is December and January. We need to file the Group 2 codes. That's no exception. And we have the lecture report that we need to work on. PNNL will help us with the data, but it still requires some staff time and another report. But the plan for the insert pages is February, April, and even with our best intent, we cannot start before February. February, April, we may be able to get these insert pages earlier than the end of April, but that's the rough estimate for the insert pages.
Thank you,
Keep in mind that the insert pages, we're not working on the insert pages only, because we are already finding some errors in the CR 103 for Group 1 codes that are filed, and I'm expecting we'll find more with Group 2 codes. So if we say, okay, we'll do the insert pages first, and then we will do the expedite rulemaking, that's not okay. So we need to do both at the same time. So this is why when you see February, April, it's not like we'll leave everything else aside and we will work on the insert pages. We will do this at the same time. The other thing that is very important, it's the 2023 regular session. So it's almost a full-time job. It doesn't matter if it's the managing director or somebody else. We analyze bills, we meet with you, with the legislative committee. We work with DES and fiscal notes. And so that's a lot of work. So currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4 people. You can do -1. So you have 3 between January and April working and whatever needs to be done.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Micah, go ahead.
Probably put my hand up several times, but I do want to let public comment come into play, and I feel like it's just me against Stoyan. I don't understand, you know, that the insert pages were not part of the comments previously. And when Stoyan talks about adopting the schedule, that was almost 2 years ago we adopted the schedule. There was nothing in that timeline that said we're not going to produce insert pages, we're not going to produce a code. That was not known until the end of April when Stoyan announced that at a WABO meeting. And now he's saying, oh, we can do the insert pages. And part of my response letter to what Stoyan put out last night that I sent to Stoyan today was I would like them to explain the difference in work level, time level it takes to produce an insert pages as compared to just producing a page that has the code language with the rest of the code. I'm not sure if you all have gone and looked at the insert pages. The insert page, you have to go in, you have to identify the exact location that code language goes on that code page. And then you have to indicate on that code page where you have to tell the user where to insert it based on the code book. I don't understand the difference of level and work. So I don't understand, you know, he's acting like the insert pages, we've been going to do that all along. No, we haven't. He said in May, he was not doing the insert pages. May of this year, April, end of April, 1st of May. So this came to the meeting after that at WABO, and then we brought it up to council. We're not asking them to dedicate staff or use a lot of staff time. Again, WABO volunteers were offering, saying, we understand SBCC is short staffed, we will help you. You know, he talks about having 3 staff members. One of those staff members is dedicated only to energy code. The energy code gets a full code produced by SBCC staff. That's not mandated anywhere. That's not statutory. Yet energy code gets a full code put together. So I'm not sure what the issue is when we have volunteers that want to help do this. We have timeline. He indicates here, he highlighted on the screen that staff doesn't have time to do both. We're not asking you to do both. Develop the WAC, provide the Word PDF document that can be sent to ICC to produce a code. All WABO volunteers are going to do is verify that what ICC puts together is correct. Or if Stoyan needs help putting that document together, we would assist with that. We are not asking SBCC staff to do more work than what he's indicating he can do right here on the page. He's indicating we can develop the WAC and the insert pages, and he says we can develop a document showing all the changes. Well, you have to develop the WAC. So I'm not sure why we couldn't, you know, I put a 4th option on my response was develop the WAC and the Word document PDF to provide to ICC. It seems like they're already indicating they can do that level of work.
To develop both documents, I need to download the stuff. So Micah, we spoke a couple of days ago, so I don't know why you're going back and
so
forth.
here's the point of order. We are not going to get into a back and forth between Micah and Stoyan again. Here's how this is going to go, okay? We are going to call on the council members who have their hands raised, who have not spoken on the matter yet, and then we will go from there.
Can I finish my point? Next. I mean, I was speaking. I didn't interrupt Stoyan. I waited.
Keep it pointed.
Okay. My point is, per the RCW, there are options SBCC has. First, it says we shall adopt and maintain codes. I'm not sure insert pages are adopting or maintaining a code as required by the RCW. And then talking about staffing issues, this SBCC is allowed to hire temporary staff or go contract services. So if this was going to be the case previously, and it's only been known since May, maybe we should have been taking action at that point. Again, we're just trying to produce something and we'll go from there. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Jay, go ahead.
Through this whole process and through the public comment we've received previously, there is a constituency that depends on the insert pages. And I also get from the building officials of the need for a complete code book. Traditionally, SBCC, given the information from Stoyan in the memo, has produced the insert pages and are committing to do so. I have some real concerns, given the cons listed in the memo, of SBCC involvement in producing the full code book. I get from what Mike is saying and from other building officials how important that is. But I also have heard during the discussion that there are vendors that have a code book available without SBCC support on this. So I have some real concerns with moving forward with a change this year. I do agree with what Chell has said, is that since we do have constituencies that want both, we do need a long-term plan that says, how does SBCC provide both? Thank you.
Thank you. Roger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I first off, I don't want to, one of the things I've always said in running my business is, no matter where you're at, how are we going to get to the end line? And in my opinion, what we need to get to the end line is issuing the new code and adopting and issuing the new code. And what in my opinion, it would need to be something very large that would suggest that we delay that adoption. And so what I am trying to understand is, can we as a group and staff fulfill the minimum requirements that we are tasked to fulfill and still adopt by July 1st? And so I'm going to ask a question of Micah. When you started, you were referring to an RCW. I look at the WAC 5104 Declaration of Purpose. It says to adopt and maintain state building codes. That's what we're tasked to do. And I also understand, over the years, I have used codes with inserts, or I have used published codes that are all integrated. And yes, published codes that are all integrated are easier in many ways. But also, in my opinion, having a code with insert pages is sufficient. There is enough information for me there to go and find the information that I need. So, Micah, I would like to know what RCW you quoted when you first, you started your making your points, because I would like to look at those, and it's like I'm not sure which way I go. I want to interpret, for my own understanding, exactly what's the baseline that we need to meet, and can we meet that by July 1st?
Thanks for that question. Yeah, that response I emailed to Stoyan based on his memo. I didn't send that to the entire council. I didn't think that was prudent. I sent it to Stoyan and let him send it out. If they do send that to you, the RCWs are listed in that response, and my responses are in red to that memo. So I don't know if Stoyan wants to show that on the screen right now, and we can discuss those points based on the memo. Again, that was just sent out last night, so the public probably hasn't had a chance to review that memo either. So
I was just looking, Micah, for what the RCW that you quoted. The very baseline. What's our basic path?
I guess it was in response to Stoyan's memo. The RCW I stated was RCW 1927-047. Or excuse me, 074. The 1A, it says we shall adopt and maintain the codes, which are referenced in 1927-031. And then it doesn't say how we're supposed to do that.
Okay.
I guess that's the information I would like to get from staff. If insert pages are the way we're going to go, again, we're basing this request off of Stoyan saying we're not doing insert pages. And so now he says we have enough time to do insert pages, and there you go.
That's fine. You answered my question, Micah. I just want to look for myself. So I can determine for myself what I think the baseline is. And the second thing that I just do want to say is, for the next code cycle, and this is for the legislatures, is it the legislature's intent that this council publish a Washington State Building Code? And if it is, I think that there needs to be, if we become a publishing group, then I think that there needs to be more staff assigned, because it's going to be a bigger, if we're expected to do that, then it's going to be a bigger task. So something to consider for the future.
Thank you, Roger. Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll pick up on that point first. I agree. I trust that the legislature is listening. They understand that this isn't currently what our assumption of our task is, and to do so takes an army. I do believe we should have a Washington code, and it takes a large staff to do so. And in that, not only the appropriation at the state level, but the coordination like we see in the development codes between, in that case, the Department of Commerce, and facilitating support to local jurisdictions that choose then to write their own code. When I practiced in Seattle, I appreciated the work, especially with Micah's team now, that produced a local code that is very useful to practitioners. That's not what we are tasked with doing, in my opinion, on the Code Council right now. Again, I would like to see it. And the second point is I now practice in Spokane. We don't have a local code. I wish we did, and I wish there was support to see that. So now back to the date. Mike, I appreciate bringing this forward. I admit I still don't understand the difference between the opinions of the building officials and the fire marshals, and that's okay. That doesn't require a response. I wasn't aware of those different opinions coming into this process. So, but I'd like to see us at the July 1st date, please. Let's find a way to do that. Thank you.
Carolyn?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I think there's kind of two issues, what is sufficient versus what is ideal. And I think those two things could potentially happen at different dates. And were we to decouple them, that could possibly bring more flexibility to the timeline for the ideal of a code book, and potentially alleviate concerns about linking an implementation date to a very large effort executed by volunteers. And I think creating that link could create problems down the road. Thanks.
Micah, go ahead.
I'll keep it to the point, Mr. Chair. As far as the army it takes to do this, this was done last code cycle by SBCC staff and only 2 WABO volunteers. And the timeline wasn't too far off from the July 1st date. So if you're not open to the November motion, we can of course look at a different date for implementation. I just don't believe, since the delay has already occurred on behalf of SBCC submitting stuff to ICC to get this done, that the July date can be met. But this can be done with a small group. It was done last cycle. Again, this is not something new. I'm not sure if that's been clear. Washington code books were produced last code cycle for the 2018. If we don't put them out this year, we're going backwards.
Craig, go ahead.
And mine is more a question. I'm not fixated with a July or a November date, but if, and maybe this is a question for Stoyan, if you were to produce and work with WABO, and currently you can get the insert pages done by July, let's make that the assumption. If you were given 2 more months, would you be able to do both, or do the WABO thing, or how much longer would it take you to produce working with WABO the full code book?
Well, if WABO does the work and I help, it's up to WABO, but if I have to do the work, then it's totally different rulemaking process. I need to start from scratch, and I need to get the model codes and start incorporating the changes from WAC into the model code. So that's a totally different package. I can do it if I don't do anything else, but we are expecting emergency rules again. We're expecting at least 5 expedite rulemaking. So it's a new thing to the schedule.
So I get that. I guess my question is, doing your normal day job and your staff working with WABO, is it in August? Is it September? Just give me an idea if you do this thing, because I can tell you the people I talk to would much prefer the code book, right? And I don't work with building officials, so I can't speak for them. I work with design people, and they much prefer the code book. So if we can get them that by extending 2 months or 3 months, I'd just like to know from you what that, if it's a year, then clearly that's off the table, right? But if it's August or September, I'd just like you to feel from you while you're doing your day job. I don't expect you to completely abort everything else. How much longer would it take to produce the code book? Working with WABO, and I think I've heard from Micah that they're planning to volunteer and do the work with you. And you assume that's true, then you're not doing all the work, they're doing it. So what do you think?
If I deliver for WABO all existing and new state amendments in a Word document, that was the conversation I had with Micah, and he kind of agreed with it. If I deliver this, I can deliver this within, I don't know, it will be in Micah's possession in, I don't know, end of January, everything. And
end of this, it's coming January or 2024?
And if Micah's volunteers, he said he has 9 volunteers. If Micah's volunteers can develop the model code, can show the model code changes, he needs, with 9 volunteers, he needs a month to do that. So in this case, ICC will have the package they need by the end of March or mid-April. And the issue is that ICC will need between 9 and 12 months to deliver a PDF, electronic versions of Washington codes, 2021 Washington codes, and even more for printed versions. This is what my understanding when I was talking to ICC.
So that means we wouldn't publish until 2024, middle
in
early-ish.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, Micah, do you agree with that?
No, speaking
Thank
with
you, Soya.
ICC and based on the schedule from last code cycle that I sent Stoyan, hopefully he can staff can email that out to the entire SBCC. That would not be the case. From start to fit, like let's just take group 2 last code cycle. Those documents were submitted to ICC on November 8th. I take that back. Those were submitted to ICC on December 10th, and they had published code books by the end of August. So a digital format was done sooner. But again, I don't agree with the 10 months to a year. Again, I'm around the 9-month period. So if we can get the group 2 documents from Stoyan by the end of January, that puts us around November for published books.
Okay, thank you.
The message you see on your screen, this is an email from ICC. I don't make it up. I'm just sharing information I got from ICC.
Okay, Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see there are multiple ways that the code gets published. In fact, we haven't even talked about upcodes, the electronic version of the codes. And I will tell you, I am 99.5% sure that a whole bunch of my engineers get online to upcodes if they want to look at a code section. That's how they get the information. So there are multiple publications of the code. My personal opinion is if we should stick with the July 1st date, we should make sure that we have the inserts by July 1st. And if ICC wants to continue and publish something that comes out in November or whatever, that is the code section that has a full book, that's great. That's a plus, and people can use that. In the 3-month or 4-month period between, they can use the inserts. So that's kind of my opinion. Now, I don't see a problem with that. Yes, the books are easier to use, but they will come out eventually. Sometime over the next 3 years, there will be multiple ways that you can get your hands on the full Washington State Building Code.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Chell?
I just wanted to add to that to what Roger said about upcodes. We use MadCAD, and MadCAD has a contract with ICC to produce Washington building code, not necessarily all the other codes, but Washington building code. So somehow it gets done and it's online. We pay a subscription to MadCAD to do that. So I just wanted to add to that piece.
Okay, thank you. Micah, go ahead.
I just got to respond to the third party outside entities. Please be aware that ICC is in a significant lawsuit with Upcodes, and I'm not sure that as a public entity we should be, or public representatives, we should be pushing for that. Then as far as MadCAD goes, again, you're talking about a third party subscription. One thing that some of the private entities may not be aware of is that cities are required to have a full copy of the adopted codes available for the public through their city clerk. And so what you're talking about is a digital version subscription, which pretty much has a pay barrier for folks to view. That might work for your organization, but that does not work for public access. So that's why it is important to produce a code or a digital version, an entire digital version of what we adopt somewhere. Thanks.
Okay, this time we'll go to public comment. If you have public comment on this, please raise your hand. Do not do it later on during public comment. I would like to see the hands now so I can get an idea of how many people will be providing comment. Okay, it looks like we have 4. I'm going to set the a timer for 2 minutes. Okay, so you're limited to 2 minutes on your public comment on this. We do have 3 more items on our agenda we have to get to. Okay, Ray Shipman, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Ray Shipman. I am the building official for the city of DuPont. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. As I mentioned in previous meetings, I do not think that this is procedurally possible because the Group 1 rules have already been codified per the RCWs at the Code Revisor's Office. It surely doesn't constitute an emergency or fall under the same conditions that was allowed by the council to do during the COVID era. There has been a lot of talk about jurisdictions needing a fully integrated code. What nobody has mentioned, but they have recently, is that there is already one. Upcodes has been diligent and proactive in their code writing. They have checked with the state website daily to make sure no new changes have been made to the code, and if there are, they are fixed immediately. Upcodes is also going to have a new state amendment integrated into the 2021 codes and available before the end of this year, giving 6 months before the effective date, and will be continually updated for free to the public. This is a huge benefit to the public, the jurisdiction, and the designers. Books don't always get updated, books don't always get updated daily, and important emergency rules or errors do not get addressed. We've seen this during the attempt to integrate the 2018 codes, and it ended up being riddled with errors. Changing the historical implementation date is going to cause more harm than good. Since the CR 103 has already been filed and the date has been posted to the WAC pages, those are effective dates. I, as a building official, been telling designers and engineers that they have to go by the July 1 date that's posted. We all know that there are some huge code changes coming this cycle that are going to raise costs of construction dramatically. If there is a designer that I told July 1, and then you vote to change it to November 1, when the applicant applies for their permit in August or September, I could have just cost that designer, contractor, and owner a significant amount of money. In short, there's going to be an integrated code available before the end of this year.
That's your time. Thank you, Ray.
Could I have 30 more seconds?
I got to stick to my word here and keep the public comment moving. My apologies. David Kinley.
Good afternoon. David Kinley, I'm the Chief Building Official for Kitsap County, and appreciate the opportunity to comment. I think what we're looking for as building officials is stability, consistency, and predictability when it comes to the adoption date. And that's really what we're after. I'm in favor of a July 1 adoption date, just due to history and for those very reasons. In terms of the published codes, I could take it or leave it, really is when it comes down to the actual published code books. I have them. My inspectors out in the field, since we rely heavily on technology, but we lose signal strength in some areas of our rural areas. We've also supplied them with a copy of the IRC as, for the Washington State Residential Code. So it's helpful, I guess is the one way to put it, but it's not something that I'd encourage for delaying the adoption of the code. I appreciate the inserts, and we can go to the SBCC website for any updates. I would also like to throw out a plug for maybe a better notification system, some way for us to be notified when rule changes occur without having to go to that website. But anyway, that's a side note to the rest. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, David. David Spencer.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the State Building Code Council for your time today. I'm David Spencer in Washington, representing myself. I am a building official in Washington. Fully integrated codes provide for a better overall user and permit experience. Fully integrated codes provide benefits for the public, the builders, designers, developers, jurisdictions, and their staff. Currently, the printed Washington State 2018 fully integrated codes can also be viewed online in read format only on ICC's website, or you can purchase them for greater access with full benefits for all the groups I've mentioned. While there's also a base model code that can be used, having to go separately search for the WACs only causes delays for project, for reviews, and other issues. And not everyone's aware of the WACs or the amendments. They're overlooked by designers, developers, and even jurisdictions sometimes. In a recent public meeting held by the Washington State Local Government Committee on the 19th of this month on discussions on permitting timelines, many things were discussed on timelines and different delays. Attempting to have the State Building Code Council go backwards in time by asking all mentioned code user groups to use the WACs by having to go look them up or use a separate PDF will not only delays full integration, but is a small part of the puzzle into permitting overall timelines and conversation. And I believe that it's low-hanging fruit to continue to improve the overall permitting process in our state. I believe that WABO's attempt in wanting to continue to pursue the current ongoing use of creating Washington custom codes from the 2018 into the 21 codes with the SBCC and ICC is only intended to continue the efforts for a better overall user end group of all the permit applicants and user experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Ty Jennings.
Thank you, Chair and Board, for hearing this discussion today. What I would like to reiterate is that a comprehensive code resource is absolutely essential. I am a former code official and now work for a utility in advising our customers in how to gain code compliance. Without having a comprehensive code manual, it is nearly impossible to do that. What I will say is Upcodes and other online publishers are not guaranteeing their product. I have vast experience with Upcodes and have reported numerous errors in their code publication to them. It is a timely process to get them to make corrections. It is not accurate, and due to the suit that they are engaged with ICC, that online resource may disappear. If it does, I ask you, how are the public supposed to gain access to the codes? If not published by the SBCC or by another government-supported agency, are we leaving it to the private sector? If left to the private sector, that does not maintain the public's access to these codes, which they ultimately deserve to have. I ask you, please delay this implementation as was done with the last code cycle. This is not something new. We heard testimony that this is going to be hugely problematic as we've already published the date. Well, it wasn't last time when we delayed the last code cycle. So why is it going to be a problem today if it wasn't a problem then? Please delay the implementation, get your resources together, and let's be in this for the people of Washington.
Okay, thank you. Andrea Smith.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this today. I'm Andrea Smith from the Building Industry Association of Washington. For reasons that were already described by the previous speaker, Ty Jennings, we support the request for delay of implementation of the 2021 code. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment on this? Andy Lorenz.
Thank you, Chairman and council members. I just want to say, as a building official for a small jurisdiction, a fully published code is more cost effective to my jurisdiction. And I feel it's more cost effective to other small jurisdictions to not have to take time and staff to add inserts to code books and also purchase loose leaf format books to send out in the field with inspectors when we can have a bound book where pages don't get lost and destroyed and end up having to purchase more books to replace those books. And it's just a more cost-effective system for small jurisdictions, and that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment for this. We do have a motion on the table with a second. So let's go ahead and Micah, would you like to repeat your motion so we know what we're voting on?
Sure, my motion would be to delay the implementation, not the adoption, the implementation date as previously posted on July 1st, 2023 to November 1st, 2023 to allow for publication of a complete resource.
Okay, so that's the motion. Unless there's further comment from council. Go ahead, Chell.
Just to clarify, Micah, are you talking about group 1 and group 2 codes?
Yes, that'd be the implementation date for all codes.
Okay. I just wanted to respond to one of the public comments. The WAC is online. Everybody who has internet access can access that. So there's already a resource that's online, even if upcodes goes down. Yeah, I want a robust process for next cycle, but I don't think it meets the level of emergency we need to delay the code this time.
Quickly, David Merchant, go ahead.
I just don't believe there's a second. So I think you need a second before you kick it out for discussion of the actual motion.
That was Al French.
Al French was the second. Thank you, Dave.
I missed that one. My bad.
Okay, Micah, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate from a public entity standpoint, we keep hearing upcodes, upcodes, upcodes. Upcodes has a pay barrier. We cannot push that on our public. In other words, you're saying, hey, you can review the code in its entirety, but you got to pay for that. That's not legal. Not going to do that. Please don't fall back on upcodes as public representatives. Thanks.
Just to clarify some of the other points that have been made, that I don't think that necessarily upcodes specifically is being plugged. We're saying that whoever wants to go publish the code, go publish it, whether it's ICC, WABO, and whatever that time frame might be, fine. Is it worth pushing the date? So there's, I heard a lot of that as well. And so Carolyn, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my question for staff, I guess, was hoping to get an answer on the question about the repercussions for the group 1 codes that already have a CR 103 with a stated implementation date. What would that process look like to move that?
We need to start another rulemaking to change the dates. And I will be waiting for the council direction if it will be a off-cycle rulemaking or emergency. In my opinion, it doesn't meet the criteria for emergency rule, but I will align in the council direction. But we do need a special rulemaking to change the implementation dates in group one codes.
Cheryl, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond. Micah, maybe you misheard me. I did not plug up codes. I was saying that the WAC is online and that's publicly available.
Sure. No, I wasn't specifically pointing you, Chael. It's just been mentioned several times that we're steering folks to a pay barrier item for a public access document. And I don't think that's a testimony we should have. That's all. Thanks.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you. I just have a question about who assures that the accuracy of these of the codes, and who has the liability if it isn't accurate when it's done outside of the council?
Are you looking for me for that answer? I don't have that answer. The last go round, if there's mistakes made, mistakes are made, but usually they're corrected through errata, and I don't think those have been published or produced yet either. That action's been postponed over and over. The problem we're having is we've been told to go to the WAC language. The WAC language is inaccurate as well. So where do we go? There's nothing that's completely accurate, and the errata is not published. It's not easy to find. Insert pages for errata are non-existent. I mean, we're tasked. When I say we, code officials are tasked to enforce something that has mistakes all over the place, no matter where you go. It's not that this won't have mistakes in the future. It's just, it's one place to go find it, not five.
Okay, that's interesting. I just kind of wonder what happens with the, when they're trying to comply with these and are going by what they see, wherever it is they're seeing it, and it may or may not be accurate. And so will they be dinged for any issues that when they're trying to comply?
If I can clarify for Senator Wilson, Tony.
Go ahead.
The legally adopted language is in the WAC, and everything else, insert pages, upcodes, ICC online version, everything has mistakes, unfortunately. So this is why we are referring to the Washington Administrative Code. It's not that everything is right there, but this is the legally adopted language. So this is in place until it is changed with the rulemaking. All other upcodes, ICC, whoever else, ICC issues erratas, upcodes, they constantly check with the SBCC website and SBCC staff to correct their errors, but nothing guarantee that, if the user is using any version of the Washington Code, that will be correct. The only legally adopted version is in the WAC.
You're on mute, Senator Wilson.
Sorry. Just a quick question on that. So if they're going to the WAC, where then are the changes shown as there is such when a bill is written? How does someone know that it's a new requirement?
The new requirement can be distinguished during the rulemaking process and after it is adopted. When you access the WAC online, there is an option, there is a link that will lead you to the filed rules. So it needs a little bit of a training, but if the local jurisdictions are aware of that, they can figure out what the changes are. This is why I wanted to produce something else. This is when we started. This is why I didn't want to produce insert pages. I wanted to produce something else that will show the changes. And we got into this loop that And then, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Roger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually wanted to answer, and I will qualify this by looking at Dave. I am not an attorney, but I think anything that gets any version of the code that gets published with the SBCC logo or attached to SBCC, we would be responsible for. If somebody publishes something that we are not a part of, then they're taking the responsibility for that. And to Micah's point, there are three or four or five different ways that the codes gets published. They all have some inconsistencies, which we're all aware of. Errata are important. That just goes to reinforce for me is we should focus on getting the WAC with the insert pages as complete and correct as possible, knowing that those are then going to get reproduced by other folks. And if we choose to work with WABO and ICC to produce a book after that, great. We would choose to do that, but focusing on one that we get as correct as possible, I think is the right path forward.
Micah?
I'm not opposed to the insert pages. I don't think our group is opposed to the insert pages. We were told staff were just not going to produce insert pages. If in May or April, when Storian came to the meeting and said, I'm going to provide insert pages and we will move forward, I don't think we'd be at this point. Storian said they're not going to produce pretty much anything at all. And so this is where we're at.
Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, just really briefly, I'm not going to go into too much depth, but responding to Senator Wilson's initial comments and then Mr. Hearing's kind of spin off that or pushing it forward. There are a lot of defenses to any claims against the SBCC for getting something wrong. But as a general statement, the more you're involved, the more risk you take on. So allowing your name to be put on it or a stamp or a logo would be one step. Actually being involved and saying we were involved in it would be another step. But as I said, there are a lot of defenses to any claim. I don't know that it would go anywhere, but I think my comment still stands. The more you're involved, the more risk you face.
Shell, go ahead.
Just a couple more things. One, ICC, just because ICC publishes a book doesn't mean it's free. You pay for ICC books. So though that's an important point, it's not a public service necessarily because ICC will charge for them. And then the other one is that one big piece of the challenges with the code is often, after we publish codes, we get opinions. We get asked for opinions, and that clarifies a lot of stuff that's not perfect in the code. So that's kind of another way to kind of correct things that happens after the code is finished.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, I think we're ready for a roll call vote. Assuming, Micah, that you would like your motion to stand with knowing that SBC has a timeline for insert pages.
Yeah, of course. I mean, again, the insert pages is something new, and being someone that does this for their full-time job, there's not going to be any less work to produce insert pages than it would be to produce the entire code page. So,
understood. Okay, let's go to a roll call vote.
Okay, Shell Anderson,
No.
Jay Arnold,
No.
Todd Bayreuther,
No.
Micah Chappelle,
yes.
Damon Doyle,
Yes.
Al French,
Yes.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Craig Holt,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
Abstain.
Katie Sheehan,
No.
Carolyn Trout,
No.
Corey Wilker.
No.
6-6 with one abstention. Tony?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, that brings us, we still need to vote on a date. right? Regardless of whether it's November 1 or not. And that was your argument originally, correct, Micah? Is that one had not been voted on? Okay. Do you want to speak to that, Micah?
I do. I would like to still see something produced. Storian has not given us a timeline that I think is clear. So I'm going to make a second motion since that's where I'm at. I'm going to make a motion that the implementation date be moved to October 1st, 2023.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion. Go ahead, Chell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the same reasons apply in this case. My understanding is the CR 103 has a date on it, doesn't it? That's, I was looking it up right now. The CR 103 for the codes already has a date on it. So I guess the idea that, well, someone will need to correct me if I'm wrong there, but I don't know that we need to vote on a date if it's already filed in the CR 103 or CR 102 rather for the, it's in the CR 103 for group 1. And I believe it's in the CR 102 for group 2.
That's correct. Yes, it is in the CR 103. It was voted by the council. Well, currently it is in the CR 102 for group 2, and it is in the CR 103 for group 1. Group 1 was adopted with the date. Group 2 has the date in the CR 103 as initial proposal.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know that the initial premise for why we're discussing this, which is that there is no implementation date in the rulemaking. I guess I'm seeing that that's not a true statement. So therefore, I'm wondering, Micah, if you want to reconsider.
I think that's a level of interpretation on what was explicitly voted on. I don't think that the implementation date was explicitly voted on as the code adoption or the code proposals were explicitly voted on. So to me, that would be a level of interpretation. I didn't come out and vote and say July 1's the date. That's just been a historical date. There's no date set anywhere. Again, that would just be interpretation. So I don't know if that's a false statement as you're indicating that we haven't voted on a date. I just think it's an interpretation of what we voted on.
Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. Mike, I really respect this, concern and appreciate the discussion here. But I also want to say, I think this is sufficient. Building buildings is hard, and that's why we require licensed professionals to design, build, and approve them. So I really feel like we can do this on July 1st, and it'll be easier when third parties catch up and do codes, or it'll be easier in the future when the state takes responsibility for publishing codes. So please, let's move forward on July 1st.
Okay, Micah, go ahead.
I appreciate that, Todd. And I appreciate everybody's input on this. I haven't gotten clarification from that the state is going to take over publishing. Storian says he has a plan or he is working with ICC on something. We don't know what that looks like. Storian says in his memo that SBCC does not have the capacity and resources to support work beyond the statutory requirements and mandates. I don't know what those statutory requirements and mandates are. I've asked for that clarification from Storian, and hopefully he can provide that. The RCW say we shall maintain codes that we adopt. I just don't understand it. I guess when I look at this through an equity lens, not just for code officials, but for users, again, folks that use the energy code gets a full-time SBCC staff member to produce an entire energy code, commercial and residential. And none of the other codes get that. I'm not sure how that's equitable when we are providing this service in one area, but not the others. So if we're not going to delay the implementation to get a comprehensive resource, then we should get some assurances, or we should change the bylaws ourselves, SBCC bylaws, to direct staff to produce an entire resource for all the codes, not just one of them. Thanks.
Katie, go ahead.
Thanks. You guys
This has been, this is a tough one. And I understand the issues on both sides, I think. It does feel like if we have to go through an entire new rulemaking to change the date, that the date is pretty clear. And while we didn't vote on it specifically, it was part of the package and tradition, which kind of goes a long way, it seems like, in these scenarios. So yeah, I would vote no on this motion.
Shall, go ahead.
I guess if this motion fails, I would be happy to make a motion to direct staff to produce insert pages for group 1 and group 2 codes this cycle.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from council members? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Jill Anderson,
No.
Jay Arnold,
No.
Todd Bayerther,
No.
Micah Chappell,
Yes.
Damon Doyle,
Yes.
Al French,
Yes.
Bob Hamlin,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Craig Holt,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
Abstain.
Katie Sheehan,
No.
Carolyn Traub,
No.
Cory Wilker.
No.
6-6 with 1 abstention. Tony?
No.
Motion fails.
Jill?
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare insert pages this cycle for the group 1 and group 2 codes.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Jay Arnold with the second. Okay, open it up for discussion. Micah, go ahead.
Shell, can I get a clarification on that? Is there a timeline when that needs to be produced? Is that going to be in time for educational purposes, or is it just going to be by the implementation date, which doesn't do a lot of beneficial, that is not beneficial to the users?
Is it a question for me or?
I think it was a question from.
That's a question for Chael. Chael's making the motion.
Yep. And what I was going to do is open up the memo that Stoyan sent, and I think it was by the end of April. Was that correct, Stoyan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I'll clarify my motion to say by the end of April, including that in my motion.
Jay Arnold, do you agree?
I'm good with that as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Carolyn?
And Chell, would you also be open to clarifying your motion to reestablish the implementation date as July 1st?
I guess I don't find that necessary. I guess that could be implied in my motion that we don't change it. Because right now in the CR 103 for group 1, CR 102 for group 2, we have the implementation date of July 1st, 2023. So I guess. Okay, I mean, if anybody thinks if you think it'll be helpful, oh yeah.
I just thought I had heard that there was maybe not complete consensus on that. But it's your motion, just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Chell, how about an amendment or a clarification on the motion that says that the implementation date is determined by the CR 103 and CR 102?
Okay, I'll amend the motion to say the direction to staff to produce insert pages by the end of April for a code for the group 1 and 2 codes that for CR 103 and CR 102 for group 1 and group 2 respectively are to go into effect or will go into effect on July 1, 2023.
Okay, Jay, you're good with that? Excellent. Okay. Micah, go ahead.
I'm going to vote against this motion. I don't think April's soon enough for the insert pages. Group 1 should have already been done. And my question will be, is that going to be for all the codes, including energy, or do we still get to have dedicated staff just for energy code? And maybe I'm being a jerk and sound like a jerk on this. However, it's not equitable across the board for one code to have dedicated staff to produce an entire code for users. We could get those insert pages done a lot sooner if we didn't have dedicated staff, 1/3 of Stoyan's dedicated staff to only producing one code. That's my opinion. I'm voting against the motion.
Al French.
Yeah, question for Stoyan. Do you have in your existing budget the revenue necessary to cover the staffing and the production to meet this timeline?
For the insert pages? Are you asking for the insert pages?
Yeah, to satisfy the motion that's on the floor.
Yes. I have no problems with that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Al, is your hand residual? Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Shell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Micah Chappelle,
Nay.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
yes. Al French,
Nay.
Bob Hamlin,
Aye.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Craig Holt,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
Abstain.
Katie Sheehan,
Yes.
Carolyn Trout,
Yes.
and Corey Welker.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-2 with 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. With that, we'll go to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 8, request for emergency rule, adopt R4 occupancy group in 2018 IBC and 2018 IFC. Stoyan, would you like to lead us off on this one?
Yes, I will share my screen, and the request was received by Al Spalding, Department of Health, Construction Review Services. It was posted on our website. I have it on the screen. We received 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters of support, including from the governor's office. Unfortunately, the governor's office letter of support, I received it late, and it's not posted on the website. But when we get to the letters of support, I can read you the message. And I think Al was attending the meeting, so if he can, if he wants to introduce his request. If not, again, we already have the information on the screen. Actually, it's coming on the screen. There it is. Okay. These are the sections on the back of the document. These are the sections that need to be modified. I assume there will be something in the energy code, but we will evaluate that for them. So these are the sections. Here is the request with the background and the justification.
Okay, and is Al Spalding speaking on this?
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Okay, Al, go ahead.
Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, council members. Again, my name is Al Spalding with the Department of Health. I'm here with my supervisor, John Williams, in as well as I believe others, to request the council support for emergency rulemaking. If some of you may have recalled, I was in attendance at the last council meeting. I think that was September 21st, where I introduced our interest in pursuing this formally with you. So now I have formally made this request through this body. I have provided the background justification as well. I can kind of sum it up quickly if you'd like. I in the interest of time, I don't know if you'd prefer me to read this to you, but in short, in 2006, the state decided not to adopt the R4 occupancy classification, which was 16 years ago, 5 building code cycles ago. And we have not revisited or had a conversation about the benefits in terms of reconsidering the R4 occupancy classification. And the codes have really, not only have the codes evolved, but the facilities and all the building types have evolved as well. The healthcare facilities that rely on these occupancy types have evolved, and we really think it's of significant value at this juncture to at least engage in that conversation, perhaps with the council's support, have a small work group. We believe we could work through that very quickly and come up with some language. Just to be transparent, at the last meeting, Mr. Chappelle asked a really good question, whether or not it would just be a simple amendment to, if you can scroll up a little bit there, Stoyan, I believe it's 310.5, or I'm sorry, scroll.
Up or down?
There you go. There you go. Oh, well, actually down where you had what the proposed change would be.
Oh, the proposed change, right here.
There you go. So, Micah, I wasn't correct. While this would be a simple change, there likely are some addition. It would be very confusing if we didn't also potentially take into consideration under this, if supported this emergency rule, we would likely need to strike the current Washington State Amendment for 308.2, as well as 308, which basically 308.2 basically says, if you're going to, I'm going to paraphrase, this is an exact code language, but if it says licensed residential treatment facilities under WAC 246-337 are categorized as an I1 condition 2 occupancy. So that would need to be struck as well. 308.2.6, and again, I'm going to paraphrase, but it's a Washington State amendment, reads something to the effect of to determine the occupancy type of a licensed residential treatment facility, refer to WAC 246-337, which is the current Department of Health licensing chapter for licensed residential treatment facilities. So we already have a conflict right there. We have two different pointers saying different things. And then additionally, we would suggest the Washington State Amendment in 420.2 exceptions 4 and 5 would need to be struck because they would no longer be necessary. Those were actually proposals that we made to sort of address this issue that I'm bringing to the group, and they would no longer be necessary as well. So just to be very transparent, Mr. Chappelle, there would be a couple extra requests in here. And that would clean it up really nice so we wouldn't have any conflicts. And I'm available for questions. I believe Mr. Williams is on the line too, if there are any questions for Mr. Williams. And there may actually be others here that would like to testify in support of this. But rather than read this to you, unless you'd like me to.
I think that's a good start, Al. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Jay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Spalding, I'm wondering if you could speak to briefly the need for emergency action here, and either you or staff responding to if emergency action isn't taken, what's the next opportunity to make this change?
we believe that this would support the welfare of Washington by providing an occupancy designation choice that the ICC model codes have really evolved. And this would provide a less expensive but safe opportunity for, in particular, smaller licensed residential treatment facilities providing mental health services and substance use disorder services as well. We have a shortage of beds in the state. This would promote and probably make it a little easier for those smaller facilities between the range of providing services between 6 and 16 residents, with the ability to use a safe option that's being used successfully in other states. As a matter of fact, I think we're the only state that does not adopt the R4 occupancy in the model codes. And if we were not to pursue emergency rules, the next opportunity we would have for bringing this on would be the next cycle, as I understand it. So that would be for, let's see, we're looking to adopt the 2021s in July. It'd be 4 years from now, unless we did off-cycle rulemaking.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ramel.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to take a moment and speak to the urgency and importance of this. This size facility really is dictated, as I understand it, by federal rules that are there to try and guide us towards community scale mental behavioral health treatment facilities. But that means that the facilities necessarily are this size. And I would just underscore the point that we have a lack, and I would say a serious and desperate lack of beds for mental and behavioral health treatment facilities in Washington State. We need to be building a lot more of these. We have a couple going up in my corner of the state in both Whatcom and Skagit County right now, but we will need more. This strikes me as a smart way to bring down the cost of construction for those facilities. If we can find a way to make that work, I would urge the body to advance this idea, even though it is off cycle. We do have a real crisis with mental and behavioral health in Washington State right now.
Thank you, Representative Ramel. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, Al, I appreciate you going through some of those. I still have some concerns, especially about this being an emergency rule. I know the importance of the need here. However, there's a lot of areas I think need to be evaluated as far as I conditions or R4 conditions. When you get into R4, we strike that as a whole. However, it's not just in Chapter 3. R4 occupancies, obviously, you're going to get into Chapter 5 where you got allowable heights and areas, and is that different from I conditions or something else? Same, I can't remember. I think there might be some changes in Chapter 9 to maybe lessen some of the requirements for I conditions to somewhat align, or somewhat provide some breaks since we don't adopt an R4. I don't think this rises to emergency rule. Again, you mentioned it. This has been in effect for 16 years, and they have made some changes over the years. And now we're going, we got to fix this today. I'm not sure it's been evaluated the way I believe it should be, or maybe others believe the same way. But I think there's a lot more changes that go along with that other than the ones you've shown on the screen and the ones you mentioned. So I do have some concerns with it being an emergency rule. However, I'm open to helping figure out what all those changes need to be and when they need to occur. If there's a work group that the SBCC wants to put together and go from there. I know that's a work group is going to come up in the next topic as well, I think, on some other items. So I understand the need. I just don't understand the need for an emergency rule. And I'm not sure that all the code sections that may need to be modified or evaluated have been done so in this amount of time. Thanks.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Micah that I don't think this is ready for adoption today, even if it met the qualifications for an emergency rule. So I think you read some code section changes, and I think we would need to figure out all the code section changes and have those in a written document before we could vote on it. And then I want to vote for it, but once it's ready, but is it emergency rule or not? I don't know the answer for that.
Roger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a clarification, like maybe for Stoyan. This would this be? This is an emergency rule. Would this be an emergency rule to the 2021 WAC, or would this be an emergency rule change to the 2018?
That is something that I was going to talk about. This is, as it is proposed, is an emergency rule to 2018. And how it works is if it's adopted, it becomes effective after filing, and then it's effective for 120 days. But at that time, we need to start with off-cycle rulemaking to adopt it permanently. So 2018 is effective until July 1st, 2023, which means when we start, well, I don't want to bother you with that, but it will need some technical adjustment with that. We're just in the worst spot for emergencies right now, but it is possible. We just need to coordinate with the code revisor's office and maybe with our Assistant Attorney General to figure out how we can implement.
And if we did nothing else, this would, in the 2021 CR 103 that we have right now, this would, the R4 would not be in it. Is that correct?
If you do nothing in 2021, it will appear in the same way. R4 is not adopted. So the language in 2018 and 2021 is the same.
Okay, so my question is would it be possible to get this included in the 2021? I want to support it too, but I want to do it in the most simple way. And has that ship sailed, or?
If you're talking about the regular rulemaking, yes, the ship has sailed because Group 1 codes are already filed. And if your intent is to make the changes in 2021, which will be effective July 1st, 2023, then we need to start off-cycle rulemaking, which will modify the language from 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Micah, go ahead.
If I didn't say that already, I would support off-cycle rulemaking on this as well. So just not emergency rule, thanks.
Craig, go ahead.
So if we decide to do it as an emergency rule right now, when would it be into effect?
We will need about a week to file it, so probably next Friday.
The need for this is so urgent. I see this all the time, that if we wait till the 2021 cycle and do emergency rulemaking, it's not going to be in effect till 2023. I am in favor of doing this and figuring it out later. Thank you.
Again, with or without emergency rule, if the council decides to adopt it as an emergency rule, we still need off-cycle rulemaking. I just want to be clear with that.
Peter?
Yeah, so if we pass an emergency rule here, that pretty much forces an off-cycle consideration of this proposal. Am I correct there?
Well, the emergency rule again is effective for 120 days.
Yeah, and
so it does. Here is the right here. This is RCW 3405-350 related to emergency rule, and
but it does not force an off-cycle reconsideration or adoption.
If we don't have off-cycle rulemaking, this rule is effective for 120 days maximum, and then it expires. So we are going back to the language that was there.
So it's pretty clear to me that, you know, we need to go through an off-cycle rulemaking process at some point in the game. And from my perspective on, you know, the healthcare emergency that we have in this community, our communities, I'm trying to figure out whether or not voting for an emergency rule does anything to get us or force us into an off-cycle rulemaking. So I want us to move there as soon as possible, because I agree with many of the speakers, and especially as somebody who might end up in one of these facilities and know a large number of people who end up in those facilities. This is an emergency. So on a social level, not necessarily on a code level. But so I think we need to go to emergency rulemaking as soon as possible, or off-cycle rulemaking, excuse me, as soon as possible. I'm wondering what the best way to get there is.
With a wild guess, the emergency rule, if adopted today by the council, will be filed next Friday. Again, wild estimate. Off-cycle rulemaking will take much longer time, because we'll need time for comment period. We will need public hearings. The regular process is longer for off-cycle rulemaking.
So can the 120 days would be extended 120 days more, or until we get to the off-cycle rulemaking process complete?
What I'm talking about here is probably I misunderstood what you said, but my understanding was that you are differentiating between off-cycle rule and emergency. So if we adopt emergency rule, it will be effective next week, and we will have enough time for the off-cycle rulemaking.
And the emergency rule would then be renewed until the permanent rule goes into effect.
That's correct,
The
yes.
permanent off-cycle rule goes into effect.
Okay, I think
Jay Arnold.
What I'm hearing is a couple things. One is that the details, given how Mr. Spalding walked through them, we don't actually have on paper. Secondly, if we did an emergency rule, we'd have to do off-cycle anyway. So with those two things together, I'm in favor of off-cycle rule, and would like to make a motion that we direct staff to bring back options for timing of such off-cycle rulemaking.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch you seconded that.
Roger.
Thank you, Roger. So we have a motion, Roger, the second, and we'll continue discussion. Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that the motion is necessary. I think it's not ready for prime time, and so we probably should consider it in a couple weeks when we meet again. And I think if there are people who work on it between now and then, put it on paper and run it through the various codes and see what the implications are, we could probably vote on it in a couple of weeks. And then at that point, we could engage in emergency rulemaking with an intent to go into off-cycle rulemaking. That's what I would suggest we do, is suggest the proponent convene some people, or the convene some people, figure out all the code language, the right code language, and then bring it back in a couple of weeks. That's my suggestion.
The next council meeting is on November 4th. So that's the earliest date.
Craig, go ahead.
Does the current motion allow us to do that? Voting for the motion will get what Chell just asked for. Yes or no?
I would say it's an amendment to the motion, or that we table the motion given the opportunity for the proponents to come back, as Chell suggests.
I think if we table this discussion of emergency rule until the proponent comes back, I think that would be a great, that'd be my hope.
Okay, Jay, are you amending your motion then?
No, it sounded like Chell was making a motion to table, which I think is appropriate.
Yeah, if I make a motion to table that, I think takes precedence. So I'll make a motion to table this until the next meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, got a second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? I do have to allow public comment on this. Chell, go
I
ahead.
was just going to ask if Al knew some people to reach out to help craft the code language, and if you had all the support you needed in that regard.
Oh, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, we've already done a pretty thorough analysis of all the changes, and really there is no new code language to add. It's basically unstriking a striker for the R4 occupancy and striking some of the current amendments that were previously developed to address this issue in a different way that actually unfortunately haven't been that helpful. So this, in terms of and in to Micah's response, in terms of like chapter 5 and 8 or 9, there are no impacts there. I think it's important to note that for a long time, the state of Washington has taken a one size fits all for these facilities. And that's been to the detriment of the development of these facilities. It's really held back and cost considerably more for these facilities to do this, when in fact we have, we have a robust R4 occupancy choice that's available to us, that is safe. We're the only state in the nation that doesn't adopt it. And I think it's just time to, we're actually really appreciative that we're having the conversation. This is a great start.
Thanks for bringing it for us, and I hope you reach out to all the people that made comments on it today, so that you can send something to the council staff ahead of the next meeting, so we can all look at it and agree that it's the right move forward. I think generally we agree, but make sure you reach out to all the right people. So thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll allow public comment on this. We have 4 hands raised. We'll allow 1 minute for public comment. We do have to move
Point of
on.
order, Tony.
What's that?
Point of order. My understanding is actually a motion to table cuts off conversation. Is that correct?
I would need help on that one.
Dave Merchant's given a thumbs up.
Okay.
Yes, yes, correct.
Okay, then that will end that agenda item, and we'll move on. Or excuse me, we need to do a vote on that. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. And with that, we'll go to the next agenda item, which is request for opinion considering the use of R4 occupancy as alternate approval.
It's coming on the screen. So it's the same topic.
Okay,
There it is. So it was posted on the website. Here is the question. The background is similar to what you just saw. And here is the answer. And keep in mind, the answer was crafted by the council staff. We didn't have BFP committees. So if the council members disagree with it, or if the council members want to modify it, it's perfectly fine. And the answer was developed based on general requirements what the building official can do or enforcing agency can do with the alternative approvals.
Okay, so as far as council action goes, we'd be looking to either approve or not approve this interpretation.
Approve, not approve, modify.
Okay.
Table. You can also table.
Oh, yeah, you can also table it, and we can keep working on it.
Okay. Micah, go ahead.
We are able to have public comment on this one as well, correct? That's what I'm seeing on the agenda.
That's correct.
Would we like to have a request for that before we make any motions?
I'd like to hear from council first. Chell, go ahead.
I'm wondering if we should extend the meeting, given that we have 5 minutes left.
Okay.
We don't necessarily want to extend the meeting because we've already been here 6 hours, but I don't know. I guess I'm wondering how others feel about that.
I will vote to extend it since Tony's promised we would get through the agenda.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes until 4:30.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? I don't know if Corey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I won't be able to finish. I can't stay. I've got an appointment at 5. So I'm sorry.
It's okay. Is there anyone else who will not be able to make it just or to extend? Just raise a hands. I want to make sure we still have a quorum. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'll just take a vote. All those in favor of extending the meeting to 4:30, say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, with that, Micah, do you have something further to say, or do we want to get to the public comment on the agenda item number 9?
Well, we can get to public. You said you want to hear from council members on it first.
I just saw Chael's hand up, and so if there was something he wanted to say, I wanted to get that out of the way before jumping over to public comments. So
okay, I did have comments on the answer. I don't know if it's an answer, is what I feel reading it. It feels like a non-answer, quite honestly. And I think if we're going to, as a council, put our name on this or back this, that we should actually provide an answer. I mean, this doesn't say yes or no. This says the local jurisdiction should go talk to their legal counsel because they would be approving an alternative that is less than or somewhere odd comparatively to the code. So I just don't feel it's an answer.
okay, thank you, Micah. Chael, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering if when we reconsider the R4 occupancy group as emergency and off-cycle removal making in 2 weeks, whether that would be a better time to consider this, because we may have a very different answer based on how we vote if we adopt R4 as an occupancy.
If R4 is adopted as whatever is proposed by the Department of Health, if it's adopted as an emergency, I don't think we'll need this interpretation because the emergency will be effective.
Yeah, so I guess I'm suggesting that we table this because we may have a very different answer if we answer this in 2 weeks.
If that's a motion to table, I'll second it, Chael.
I was hoping somebody else would make the motion if they think that.
I'll stand up and make that then. I'll be the bad guy. I'll make a motion to table this item until we make a determination on the emergency rule.
Okay, we have
Second.
a motion. And we have a second by Craig. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. That brings us to agenda item number 10, discuss a potential conflict between WAC 51 and RCW 43-216-692. Modify the definition of childcare family home in 2018 IBC, 2018 IRC, and 2015 IFC.
We received a comment for group 2 codes, and I keep getting phone calls and emails related to this, including we had a discussion with the building official in Seattle. And I can introduce the issue if you're not familiar with it. There is no need for a vote if you don't want to vote on it, but at least I can introduce the issue, and if you can provide some direction or even a recommendation for the council staff. So we have definition in IBC, IRC, and IFC, and this is how the definition reads. The definition for childcare, family home childcare. So it caps the family home childcare to 12 or fewer children. And there was a recent change in RCW 43 to 16,692. So the new language allows the Department of, can you help me with the department?
The Department of Children, Youth and Families, DCYF.
That's right. Sorry, I'm having a hard time with the names. So it allows the department to waive the limit for more than 12 children. Some jurisdictions believe there is a conflict. Others believe that there is no conflict. The difference between 12 or more will be whether or not you'll be using the residential code or you go to the building code. We did some research, and it appears that many years ago, this was adopted for consistency with the RCW. So currently, we're in a situation that as a council staff, I get the phone calls. I don't know what I can advise building officials and designers. So any recommendation or direction from the council will be really appreciated. If we need to develop an emergency rule for that, we will meet with the Department of Youth with the long name, and we will figure out something. But if you believe that it's okay to stay the way it is, then we'll do nothing.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Micah, go ahead.
So obviously there are some significant concerns with this. And since you mentioned Seattle, I know that Seattle's building official is on the line. And could we hear from that individual as part of public comment?
Yes, we can. Is that Ardell?
Yes.
Okay. Ardell, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. And thank you, Stoyan, for introducing the issue. I know it's a long day, so I appreciate you allowing me to talk on this topic. So the RCW does permit DCYF to grant capacity waivers and allow them to exceed the state licensing cap. They call them 13 plus capacity waivers. And there's actually another, there's provisions in the WAC 110-300-0358 that are the conditions for granting the criteria. So they want to be able to access, to increase access to daycare statewide while maintaining student safety. Now with the limit though, if the way that building officials are reading the code, when you exceed 12, you're no longer under the residential code. You're pushed into the building code. So less than 12, you can still stay in the residential code. More than 12 means you must comply with either an I-4 or an E occupancy in the IBC. Now, I have had discussions with DCYF, and that's why I raised this concern. They've confirmed that they've approved over 40 waivers statewide and that they continue to receive requests. Most of those requests they've authorized between 16 to 22 children, but some have approved, they've approved up to 24 or even 30. So my concerns are that the Washington Residential Code has provisions for family home child cares, 2 remote means of egress. Students need to be on grade or at the basement level, or the building has to be sprinkled. But with this change on the legislation for the licensing side, that means that DCYF is saying, okay, you can increase the size of your family home childcare, but then it's up to the provider to comply with the construction codes. But they might not even know that they've been kicked out of the residential code into the building code. So it's cost prohibitive for that provider to comply with the building code, but having 30 children in a single family home under the residential code, in my opinion, isn't safe. And so I think it's a concern in that we have legislation on the licensing side, and we have code requirements. And I'd like the SBCC to evaluate whether an off-cycle rule is appropriate to increase the cap from 12. And if so, is there a higher cap that it can stay in the residential code? And do we need to get anything in exchange for that? I'll also make a note that the legislation doesn't include anything on accessibility that you would get out of a building code project. They also have requirements in there for plumbing. I haven't looked at them. I don't know that they align with our plumbing code requirements. So it's just something that I think is a miss on the licensing legislation that didn't have a corresponding change to the construction codes.
Okay, thank you for that, Ardell. Appreciate the in-depth explanation. So just to be clear on this, we are not required at this time to take a council action. There is nothing proposed on the table. Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm just asking for a consideration of an off-cycle rule.
Sure. Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for this. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a working parent, and having kids in childcare is really hard. It's really hard to find. So on the childcare side, it's also kind of an emergency. So, I mean, I think this is really, and also we want to keep kids safe, obviously. I guess I'd be curious about, it says here the department has to establish conditions for waivers. So I'd be interested in what those are, and, and so, yeah, so if you have some of that information, it'd be great to pass on just so that we can learn more about what those conditions are, because the childcare facility that I'm most familiar with is downstairs. And I know that, they do follow a lot of really strict requirements. And so it seems pretty unexpected that they would not have to comply with, it seems really unexpected that there'd be 30 kids in a residential home, but I know that things happen. So yeah, Ardell, if I'm mispronouncing that.
Yeah, is it okay that I respond to that?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, so the provisions are in WAC 110-300-0358. And those, and that's capacity waiver for family home providers. I don't know if that's a website that Stoyan, maybe you can pull up. Thanks. So you'll see, just kind of scrolling down, there's a requirement for that this is an established licensee, that they have a certain amount of square footage per student, per child. There's staffing qualifications. So, and then there's a staff to child ratio. So typically you have 2, and these would, since we're going to 13 plus, you'd have more than 2 staff. They also have requirements, as I said, for accessible toilets and sinks, and a licensing history, and then some early learning materials. There's nothing in here though for fire and life safety requirements above and beyond what is required by the construction codes. So I don't see that we are getting anything in return. We're just allowing the DCYF is getting the waiver, but there's been no change for fire and life safety requirements.
Thank you.
I will make one additional. They do have additional staff, so there is one. You can consider that as an increase.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions from council members at this time? Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it seems like we have our agenda set out for us with this child care problem, elder care problem, disability care problem, and mental health care problem, and housing for those individuals. An off-cycle ruling on that should be a major focus in the coming year. How exactly we get there, I think you guys are the experts, but let me push strongly and for those things. Those are really terribly important to the folks in my community. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, and maybe I missed it, but there's not specific language being proposed, right?
That's correct.
Is any entity developing the language?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so some group of us or somebody else would need to figure out what the right language is and suggest it. Okay.
Thank you, Chell. Micah, go ahead.
I was just going to follow up with Chell. Yes, there's not current language proposed. I think some of the question today with the broaching of this topic is to discuss whether we want to actually look at developing language. Is that 12 number acceptable? And, obviously it is. It's been that way for a long time. We're talking about 12 children in a residential home that's only required one exit. I do, think that that's the question we need to answer first before we say, yes, we should develop code language. If we can develop code language, I think that the SBCC should put together a work group for this and coordinate that with DCYF to figure out an actual cap. If that's a higher cap than 12, and we need to produce additional code language that gets us some of those fire and life safety things that we're not capturing, then maybe that's what we need to look at as a group. Thanks.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be supportive of developing language to support this topic. I think we get a lot of feedback about the costs and streamlining of permit applications. I think this is an opportunity to tackle that head on for a really important issue. At the same time, obviously, my children in a facility like this, I would want them to be safe, have safe means of egress, sprinklers, all of these things. So I think it's a topic certainly worthy of more discussion, exploration for a good solution.
Okay, thank you. Todd?
Thank you, everyone, for bringing this forward. This is an area that I have some familiarity with from my planning and a development code standpoint. I have to admit, I had no idea that some of these facilities were still under the IRC. So my question is if this were to go to, let's say, a tag, is it the IRC tag? Is it an IBC tag? Is it a joint? Is it an ad hoc? Because again, I just assume this was IBC related. Thank you.
Carolyn, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Question for you, Ardo. Do you happen to know, you mentioned the number of waivers DCYF was receiving. Is
Yes.
there more of a, 30 is a lot? Are most of the waivers for 13 to 16 kids? Or do you have any sense of if there is an upper cap?
They shared
Just a
that
data
most of the
question.
requests are between 16 to 22 children. And so this went into effect in February of 2022, and DCYF started sharing that out with their providers. That's how it raised up to City of Seattle, because our Department of Early Education and Early Learning brought it forward to me. They have also been receiving requests, and our response to them to date is that they have to meet the code. They have to meet the IRC if they're 12 or less, and they have to go to either an I-4 or an E occupancy in the building code if they have more than 13 children. So yeah, the requests are varied and depend on the facility, but they are higher than 16 typically.
Thanks.
Okay, Chell, go ahead.
If someone has a home and they decide to convert it into a childcare, do they actually need to get a permit of any sort?
Yes.
Like a building permit?
Yes, so that would be, family home childcares are regulated under the residential code. That is section R331. I'm happy to give you that. It's, RCW 5151-0331. And there are specific code provisions for that. And because it's a change in the use of the building, it's still required to get a permit.
Okay, thank you.
Micah, go ahead.
I do want to point out that local jurisdictions cannot modify this number on their own. That's why obviously the interpretation at Seattle, and Ardell can mention that, is that they are getting kicked into the building code because we can't go something less restrictive, which is a higher number. Individual jurisdictions can't do that based on state law. So, and change to the IRC would need to come through the SBCC.
Got it. Okay. All right. Do we have any other public comment on this item? I'm not seeing any other comments from council members. Roger.
Thank you. I'm unclear. I mean, certainly it is a problem and it needs to be addressed. I'm just unclear where the building code comes into play. I mean, the RCW that was up on the screen, they do require accessible bathrooms. So there are requirements that looks like they intend to meet the code, but they don't meet the fire, the exiting, that kind of stuff. So is it working with somebody to make sure that those are added to that list? That if you go more than 13, you have to have accessible bathrooms and 2 exits and all that kind of stuff without getting it into the building code? Or is it incorporated into the building code? And I don't know the answer to that. That's what's puzzling me. So
Ardell, go ahead.
Thanks for that question, Roger. So the ask is that the current scoping of the residential code for family home child cares is for 12 or fewer students. Once you exceed that, then you are kicked into the provisions and the scoping of the building code. So this is a scoping question. If they're exceeding 12, then you would be kicked out of the residential code and into the building code. And so the question is, can we increase that cap and to be able to allow that waiver from DCYF? And should there be a higher cap? At some point, when you have, what is the number of children in a single family home where it should be regulated the same as our daycares that are under the commercial code?
Todd, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think I heard what I was asking there. No, if there's a proposal on the table, it's not to change anything in the IBC. It's only in the IRC. And the question is really the threshold between IRC plus other provisions and commercial code, which is IBC, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. But no proposals are being, no changes.
I
to the
don't have a
IBC.
proposal, no.
Right, I understand.
I'm not looking to change the IBC. I'm trying to resolve whether, or ask the council whether they want to change the IRC to allow more students and stay within the scoping of the IRC.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so with that, again, council action not required. So maybe there's some work that needs to be done and brought to council as a proposal, or whether that's a work group with our group, however that might take place. But unless someone has a motion, then I'm going to move on to the remaining agenda items. Go ahead, Micah.
Who's going to be doing that outreach? Or do we need to direct SBCC staff to do that outreach to DCYF and create that work group?
We could. That's an option.
Okay. Do we need to make a motion of that, or do we just need to state that?
Stoyan, what do you think is the best way to do that?
If you want to formalize it, you can have a motion. Otherwise, I heard. We'll do it.
Okay. All right. Micah, if you have a motion, let's go ahead and do that.
I'd be happy if Storian just does it. I don't, yeah, if he says they'll do it, then that's what I think we should do is reach out to DCYF and then possibly have a combined work group with some of the IBC tag members and IRC tag members.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Sounds good. Thanks, Micah. Okay, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 11, other business. And thank you, Ardell, for taking the time. Anyone have anything on other business? Micah, go ahead.
I don't really have other business. I guess I'm just wanted to ask Stoyan kind of the next step in our process, this work group session, and then what are kind of the expectations for the next meeting, and what documents are you going to be kind of providing? Are you going to be providing something that shows all the proposed modifications, something else, just some general information of what we need to expect? I know there's probably a lot of work that needs to be done between now and November 4th meeting. Thanks.
The next meeting on November 4th will be the energy code only, and November 18th, the rest of the codes. Well, energy and mechanical. What you can expect, as far as I understand, and Joe will correct me if I'm wrong, but there will be an MV meeting next week, right?
Yes.
So-
MV is scheduled for next Thursday afternoon.
Okay, we will have, if we have proposals for modifications, we will have all this available for the council a few days before November 4th. And the other thing you can expect, it's a report from PNNL related to the cost benefit analysis. We were late with signing the contract, so PNNL folks are working 24/7 to catch up a little bit. So you will have a report related to a cost benefit analysis for the energy code before at the meeting on November 4th. Everything else will be the same. The CR 102, the comments, transcript of the testimony, everything else will be the same.
Okay. Todd, go ahead.
Mike, if you have follow up on that, go ahead, please, if that's okay, Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Stoyan, with that, you said if there's documents that are going to provide modifications, is the MVE going to be developing those, or do we say I'm want to put a modification in on one of the code changes, or say we should accept this modification and we need to show that in documentation? Do I show that? Does SBCC staff show that? Does the MVE put that together? Who puts those documents together that you mentioned?
Talking about modifications, it should be related to the comments and testimony we've already received. And as far as I know, the MVE will work on the technical issues and not on political issues. Am I saying that right? So everything that the council will see will be related to technical provisions in the energy code. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but.
So they're going to be working on the technical. So if Krista's got her hand up, maybe Krista has.
Krista, go ahead.
Right, if council members would like to make a modification to any of the codes, they would need to do that in advance of the meeting and be sure to send it to staff so we can have it available, get it posted on the website so everybody can see it there at the meeting and hopefully before the meeting. So hopefully at least a day or two before the meeting.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to ask, at either of the next two meetings, are we going to attempt again in person, or did we demonstrate that that's not a thing anymore?
Two options are available, and it's up to the council members if they want to show up in person or they want to use the Zoom option. We will be in the same room and we will try to provide everything that's needed for the council members to succeed in the meeting. But we can't dictate who wants to appear in person and who wants to attend via Zoom.
Damon?
As far as council members preparing modifications, do we need to follow the same format that that the public used? You know, the underline and strike through?
It's strongly recommended to just to identify the changes from the initial submittal. So the proposals in the CR 102, what was submitted, and if you want modifications to it, you have to show it somehow for the other council members and for the public.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else under other business?
The same process will be followed for the meeting on 18. So unless you direct me to do it, but I wasn't planning to have BFP committee for the rest of the courts. If you believe there is something that we need to discuss with the BFP committee, I can schedule the meeting, but so far, based on the comments I heard today and based on the testimony that we have, I don't believe we need the BFP committee, but again, if you feel I'm wrong, let me know and we can schedule the BFP for the rest of the courts.
Okay. All right, anything further for other business? Okay, Stoyan, can you be done with the staff report in 4 minutes? Because if not, we need to extend.
You didn't have lunch, so I don't wanna steal your dinner, so I will pass the staff report. I'll have it the next time.
Okay, is council okay with that? Yeah,
If the council members have questions, I can answer the question, but
okay. Any questions for Stoyan on agenda item number 12 for the staff report? Okay, very well. Thank you all for sticking through the marathon. Appreciate it. Doesn't go unnoticed. And with that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Great job.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Bye.